Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Danmachi. I, Kevin, joined a multiverse chat group. Part 1. On a quiet night, the moonlight shines on the deserted streets. Ling Zan sighed helplessly. I've been in this world for a month, and I haven't joined the clan yet. That's right, Ling Zan is actually a time traveler. Got the world of Dikuo a month ago. As a modern bartender, I never thought that I would wake up and come into this world. This is a world where crises and opportunities coexist. With his current bartending skills, he is actually doing quite well in this world. I earned a lot of money by working and was able to survive in this world. Otherwise, as a time traveler, he would have starved to death long ago. Of course, that alone is not enough. Are you kidding? If you travel to another world and don't build a great career, what's the difference between you and a useless fish? However, unfortunately, when he traveled to this world, he did not awaken any strange golden fingers. If you really want to become stronger, you still have to join a clan. Ling Zan murmured. Of course, he knew very well that simply surviving in this world was not enough. You have to be an adventurer. He also had a vague intuition that he might not have any golden fingers. But now the conditions for activating the golden finger are still lacking. If you want to become an adventurer, you must become a dependent. There are many families in this world. The gods of the Dikuo world include almost all the gods of the pantheon. For example, Loki comes from Norse mythology, and Hestia comes from ancient Greek mythology. There are 72 gods in ancient Greek mythology, including gods from other pantheons. There are quite a lot of gods in this world. But in fact, there are not many families appearing in the original work. Among them, Loki's family and Freya's family are the most powerful. However, wanting to join these two clans is basically a fantasy. As a newcomer who has only been in this world for a month, it is impossible for him to join these two clans. The easiest ones to join should be the Soma family and the Hestia family. The Soma clan also said it was a pyramid scheme den that exploited clan members. Especially under the leadership of the group leader Suni's Rustra, it is easy to join. But Ling Zan didn't have this idea. Apart from the two most powerful families, the best choice is still the Hestia family, right? Is it true that Hestia is the only one with the greatest chance? After all, no matter how you look at it now, joining Hestia's family is the greatest chance. Thinking so, Ling Zan continued to move forward. Soon they arrived in front of a tavern. This is the Hostess Tavern of Plenty. When Ling Zan first arrived in Orario, he was taken in by this tavern and became a bartender here. With his excellent bartending skills, he has also won the praise of many people. In this tavern, he can not only find a job, but also learn about various information about the world. It is worth mentioning that I don't know if it is due to my own butterfly effect or some other reason. In this world, even up to this point, Hestia doesn't have any followers. And during this period of time, he also established a good relationship with Hestia. With her superb cocktail mixing skills, Hestia would come to Ling Zan to get drunk almost every night. The fact that Hestia had no family was also something Hestia, accidentally, said while she was drunk. The two sides can be said to have established a deep friendship. This is also why Ling Zan feels that his chance of becoming a member of Hestia's family is the greatest. And just at the moment Ling Zan stepped into the tavern. Finally here, boy. Really. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I can't live without the drinks you mix. Seeing the noisy guests, Xie Froi immediately asked everyone to quiet down. Then he turned his gaze to Ling Zan. Are you here, Mr. Ling Zan? As a waitress in the tavern, Xie Froi quickly became good friends with Ling Zan in this month. Rather, Zaire Froi is one of Ling Zan's few friends in this world. Really, Mr. Lingxuan, you're so slow. The Lord God is already waiting for you. Hearing this, Ling Zan nodded, then looked around and saw a strand of blue silk swaying slightly in the corner. That was undoubtedly Hestia. Shook his head. Ling Zan walked straight over. At this moment, Hestia was lying on the table with a slightly drunk look on her face. Ling Zan could also see the other person's expression very clearly and knew what was on his mind. You drank so much again. Really? I still don't have any followers. It would be great if you could become one of my followers. Hestia said, looking tipsy. However, the next second, Ling Zan's voice echoed. Sure. Hearing these words, the anger that had been building in Hestia for a long time suddenly dissipated. He looked at Ling Zan in front of him with an extremely solemn expression. Really? You didn't lie to me. Because of her late arrival in the underworld, Hestia has never been able to recruit any followers. Until a month ago, I saw Ling Zan and thought this guy was very interesting. And he hasn't joined any clan yet. Isn't this a great object? However, after a month, the other party did not even ask to join the family. Hestia saw it and was anxious. I finally started to test it out today, but I didn't expect that she agreed right away. But at this moment, Hestia still had some concerns. Are you sure you want to join my clan? I'm a god without any clan, so I won't be able to help you. However, Ling Zan had already made up his mind and just nodded firmly. Seeing this scene, a look of joy appeared on Hestia's face. Hestia could not find words to describe her feelings. You know, when the people in Orario heard that Hestia was alone, no one wanted to join. So at this moment, Ling Zan seemed like a savior in her eyes. Ling Zan. Hestia was touched and made up her mind. We can't let Ling Zan down. After that, Hestia took Ling Zan to a basement. Take off your shirt. Following these words, Ling Zan took off his shirt without hesitation, revealing his back. Hestia pricked her finger, and a drop of blood flowed from the fingertip. Then he dripped the blood on Ling Zan's back. The next second, a light blue light immediately appeared. Ling Zan only felt a trace of power flowing into his body, and his whole body seemed to be sublimated. As the two people's clan ceremony was completed, a cold mechanical sound echoed in Ling Zan's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a familiar and awakening the strongest simulation system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the template, Kevin Kazlana Primary. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the template, Kevin Kazlana Primary. Hearing this sudden system voice, Ling Zan's face showed an expression of, as expected. He said, as a time traveler, how could he not have a golden finger? It would be too low to travel to such a different world without a golden finger. And Kevin's template. As a veteran Bang 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 player in his previous life, he was very familiar with Kevin. According to that game, Kevin's combat ability should be considered at the ceiling level. Having such a template system gives Ling Zan more confidence. Although it is only a basic Kevin template, combined with Hestia's divine grace, it is sufficient for use at present. And although it is only at the elementary level, Ling Zan believes that as long as he continues, this template system should also be upgraded. Woohoo, this has taken off directly. At this moment, Ling Zan began to look at the template system he had just obtained. Kevin Kazlana Template Primary. Current progress, 5%. Current mission, defeat the level 2 Minotaur. Reward, Heavenly Fire Judgment Dual Guns. Looking at the progress bar in front of him, Ling Zan immediately understood. It seems that completing these tasks will speed up the progress of Kevin's template. In order to gain more power from Kevin. Just as Ling Zan was thinking this, Hestia just looked at Ling Zan with some curiosity. The initial attributes of the familiar are all 0, but I am a little curious about your ability value. As these words were spoken, Hestia looked at the ability value behind Ling Zan with great curiosity. Ling Zan. Family. Hestia family. Level. LV1. Strength. I. 100. Endurance. I. 100. Dexterity. I. 60. Agility. I. 77. Magic. I. 10. Magic. None. Skills. Ice Control. Level 1. Fusion Warrior. Human Chimera. Times. The basic abilities of adventurers are strength, durability, dexterity, agility, and magic. It is divided into 10 stages. S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I to indicate the level of ability. The higher the stage, the more enhanced the ability. The number below the I is called proficiency. For example, 0 to 99 is I, 100 to 199 is H, and so on, which are linked to the stages of basic abilities. Of course, there's a limit. The upper limit is 999. The more frequently the ability of each item is used, the more proficiency will increase. However, the closer it is to the highest value of 999 ability rating S, the slower the growth rate will be. Hestia was immediately shocked. How can it be? Ling Zan was just an ordinary person before, but he just became a member of the clan, and he actually has attributes. And there are skills that she can't see. You have to know that Ling Zan is her relative. The scene before her was indeed somewhat beyond her expectations. However, although such an unexpected thing happened, Hestia did not intend to delve too deeply into it. After all, one's own family members may be slightly different from ordinary people. Maybe that's why this situation happened. Things like this just make her a little different. But soon, he focused his attention on the fact that he finally had a family. I don't care about that anymore. I finally have a family. Yay. As she spoke, Hestia also looked at Ling Zan. Ling Zan, since you have decided to become my clan member, you must work hard and make money. Hearing this, Ling Zan shrugged. When I was about to say something, a cold mechanical sound suddenly came to my ears again. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the chat group system. Do you want to activate it? Hearing this sudden voice, Ling Zan immediately showed the same expression. Dual systems. It's just a simulation system, but now there's a chat group. Well, this is the treatment of time travelers. But I really didn't expect that the two systems could coexist. Although this was a little beyond his expectations, he would never think it was too much. I immediately clicked the open button. And the moment Ling Zan pressed the button to open it. Ding! The chat group has been created and is automatically inviting group members. Along with this mechanical sound, Ling Zan's face showed an expression of surprise. Just like that, the creation is finished. Where are the people? The next second, a series of messages appeared on the huge virtual screen in front of him. Ding! Welcome Branya to the group chat. Ding! Welcome to the group chat, Alicia. Ding! Welcome Aizen to the group chat. Ding! Welcome Izayoi Sakamaki to join the group chat. Branya. What's going on with this group chat? Is there a hacker? Alicia. A strange group chat has appeared. Could it be some Hersher causing this unusual incident? Izayoi Sakamaki. Bankai chat group. Interesting, with such a name, could it be that all the members of this group chat are characters from different worlds? Aizen. That sounds quite interesting. Then why don't the group leader say something? Branya. If it's really as you expected, then I'm a little curious about how powerful the group owner is, who can pull people from all over the world into a group chat. Alicia. Indeed, even Lulu might not be able to achieve such an ability. Could it be that the group leader's true identity is a god? Ling Zan. Let me just briefly explain this group. After Ling Zan's explanation, everyone who had just joined the group chat nodded. Then I understood that the people in this group chat are indeed from different worlds. After that, several people also introduced their respective worlds in detail. Branya. I never thought there really were people from other worlds. Izayoi Sakamaki. Hersher, Shinigami, and families, your world is quite interesting too. Aizen. I never thought that besides its death gods, there would be such a thing. Looking at the group members discussing things, Ling Zan did not intend to get involved too much. The group chat was quickly closed. He is about to take his first step in this world. Take the first step to conquer the Sea of Stars. At this moment, Ling Zan also began to consider his next plan. The most important task at present is definitely to complete the simulation system task. After all, this is related to Ling Zan's becoming stronger, so Ling Zan naturally attaches great importance to this matter. Defeat the LV.2 Minotaur. As a newly become member of the clan, Kevin's simulation system has been awakened. But, the initial attributes of the clan were too low to be seen, and although Kevin was said to be powerful, 5% of Kevin. Obviously it's still a little bit lacking. Then the next task is very clear. That's leveling up. We need to brush up these attributes. Only in this way will the probability of defeating the LV.2 Minotaur increase. It starts tomorrow. Thinking of this, Ling Zan also focused his gaze and attention on the god in front of him. I'm planning to venture into the underground maze tomorrow. Hear such words. Hestia was slightly stunned, but soon understood the reason. After a moment of silence, Hestia began to ask Ling Zan about his plans. After all, she only has Ling Zan as her dependent now, and she doesn't want anything to happen to her people. Have you found a team to explore with? Or do you plan to go into the underground labyrinth alone? As she spoke, Hestia couldn't help but reveal a look of worry in her eyes. Although Ling Zan did have some special circumstances that she didn't understand. However, it is still too dangerous to go into the underground maze alone. I suggest you organize a team, it will be safer. While Hestia was making suggestions, she also took out an adventure manual from somewhere. Although he was already very familiar with this world and Ling Zan didn't really need this manual, he still took it. Although this manual records the characteristics of monsters in each level of the maze, it is not of much significance to him. Okay, I'll consider your suggestion. Having said that, Ling Zan had no plans to organize any team. After all, in his opinion, it would be more convenient to move alone. Adding unnecessary people will only increase his burden. Moreover, the goal this time is more to level up. After his strength grows to a certain level, he will consider bringing other people into his team. After Hestia gave her suggestion, she looked at Ling Zan with some curiosity. It's really strange. I don't know why, but my feelings towards you seem to have changed again. I just thought you were nice before. Now that I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with you, is it because you've become my family member? Hestia said this with a puzzled look on her face. Of course she didn't hate this feeling. On the contrary, she enjoyed this intimacy. After that, the two of them exchanged a few words for the rest of the night. The next morning, Ling Zan vaguely felt a tightness in his chest in a daze, as if something was suppressing it. It felt like a huge rock, but also very soft, like cotton. Okay. I opened my eyes and saw, wow. It turned out that Hestia had quietly climbed onto the sofa at some point. And she even fell asleep on his body. And with this sleeping posture, it's really hard to believe if you tell others that this guy is actually a god. I can't help it. Ling Zan sighed slightly. Then he carried Hestia back to the bed. After completing all the preparations, Ling Zan officially headed to the underground maze. Start your first adventure. Now we have arrived at the entrance of the underground maze. There was also a hint of surprise in Ling Zan's eyes. This is the entrance to the underground maze. It feels a bit dark. However, there are fluorescent stones inlaid around the maze, which slightly illuminate the way into the maze. It's finally about to begin. First adventure. He took a deep breath, filled with excitement. Ling Zan stepped in immediately. After walking a long distance, Ling Zan finally arrived at the first level of the maze. The space in front of me has also expanded several times. Soon, a goblin appeared in front of him. There is a saying that if this thing were placed in the real world of the previous life, it would definitely cause a sensation around the world, and even be enough to subvert the cognition of billions of people. Ling Zan also looked at the goblin with some curiosity. How should I put it? It's really ugly. Ling Zan didn't feel any burden at all when it came to killing this ugly thing. The long sword in his hand flashed by. Poof! The long sword cut through its body without exception and took its life easily. Then, along with the goblin's body, it seemed that a grindstone also fell to the ground. Looking at the purple crystal in front of him, although Ling Zan had known that something like this would happen, he couldn't help but marvel at it. Honestly, killing monsters and getting items dropped is really a game. Just as Ling Zan was saying this, he heard the mechanical sound of the system. Ding! Detected the host killed a goblin, gaining the skill, strength bonus level 1. Seeing this scene, Ling Zan's face showed an expression of surprise. Strength bonus level 1. I clicked on the strength bonus entry out of curiosity. There is only a very brief explanation above. A skill derived from the goblin, permanently increasing your own strength by 100 points. But where did this skill come from? It was as if he understood Ling Zan's thoughts. The system's voice also sounded at this time. Ding! This is because the host's skill, human chimera. Hearing this voice, Ling Zan suddenly realized. It turns out that the effect of human chimera is like this. Is there a chance to obtain the skills of the killed monster? Ling Zan also opened his panel and found that his attributes had undergone earth-shaking changes. Ling Zan. Family. Hestia family. Level. LV1. Strength. H. 101 plus 100. Endurance. H. 101. Dexterity. I. 61. Agility. I. 71. Magic. I. 11. Magic. None. Skills. Ice Control. LV1. Fusion Warrior. Human Chimera. Strength bonus LV1. Times. Later, because he killed the goblin, his attributes naturally increased. All 5 basic abilities have been increased a bit. And also gained a brand new skill. This is a really good feeling. Thinking of this, Ling Zan also began his inhumane leveling journey. He managed to fight his way from the first level to the 4th level of the maze. Monster Rabbit, Monster Black Wolf. One monster after another fell under Ling Zan's knife. Accompanied by a wailing sound, Ling Zan's attributes continued to rise. Feeling the surging power in his body, Ling Zan couldn't help but let out a breath. My ability improved so quickly. Ling Zan sighed from the bottom of his heart. This is probably due to the hidden effect of Fusion Warrior. Kevin accepted the Chimera Project Kai, and as the pinnacle of Fusion Warriors, he integrated the genes of the Fusion Warriors of the previous civilization. This not only represents the strength and complexity of Kevin's own composition, but also symbolizes the will that Kevin carries. It's not hard to understand why these 2 skills have such effects. It's really quite powerful. I can't help it. Ling Zan expressed his deepest emotion. One is the Fusion Warrior, who can quickly improve his abilities, and the other is that when you kill a monster, there is a chance that you will gain skills based on the opponent's abilities. Kevin's ability is really quite practical. Quickly, Ling Zan reached the entrance to the 5th floor alone. Looking at the 5th floor entrance ahead, Ling Zan couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Minotaur. He had a feeling that his mission would be completed on this 5th floor. Let me verify Kevin's ability. As soon as these words fell, Ling Zan also chose to step into the entrance of the 5th floor without hesitation. System, open the panel. Ling Zan's voice just fell. Immediately, a huge virtual panel appeared in front of Ling Zan. Host. Ling Zan. Family. Hestia family. Level. LV1. Strength. E. 495 plus 100. Endurance. E. 405. Dexterity. F. 378. Agility. E. 404. Magic. H. 101. Magic. None. Skills. Ice Control. LV1. Fusion Warrior. Human Chimera. Strength bonus LV1. Times X. That's right, this was originally an ability value that only God could see. However, Ling Zan can see these ability values clearly with the help of the system. Obviously, Ling Zan gained a lot from lying down. In this short period of time, Ling Zan's various attributes have been greatly improved. I believe that I will be able to reach a satisfactory state and be promoted to level 2 soon. However, in order to advance to level 2, in addition to upgrading your attributes to the maximum level, you must also accomplish great deeds. In the original novel, Belle's only mission is to defeat the enhanced Minotaur who fights alone. But Ling Zan's great achievements are obviously not. Shaking his head, Ling Zan didn't care too much and just continued moving forward. In the following time, he waited for the changes to occur on the 5th floor. In the near future, roar. A deafening roar echoed and immediately attracted Ling Zan's attention. Hearing such a roar, Ling Zan seemed to understand something and narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it finally here? The Minotaur. As soon as these words fell, there were scattered adventurers, which also ran from the direction of the sound. They ran away in a hurry as if there was some terrifying existence behind them, chasing them. Quick! Run! It's the Minotaur. Why did I encounter such a monster on the 5th floor? How can a level 1 adventurer possibly defeat a level 2 Minotaur? Stop talking and run for your life. Listening to the sounds coming from the fleeing people also confirmed Ling Zan's guess. Looking at these adventurers fleeing for their lives, they are undoubtedly all level 1 adventurers. Ling Zan also shook his head. Indeed, there are differences between adventurers. What's my LV1? What's your LV1? With the idea of verifying Kevin's ability, Ling Zan rushed to the Minotaur's location without stopping. And seeing that Ling Zan did not run away but instead ran towards the Minotaur. The adventurers present were also slightly stunned. No, how dare this person? I've already told you there's a level 2 Minotaur there, so why are you still running there like you're risking your life? No, that guy is trying to kill himself. He's actually running in that direction. It's hard to persuade the foolish ghost with good words, let's go first. Really? That guy is only level 1 no matter how you look at it. How dare he challenge that Minotaur? He challenged him beyond his level. Does he think he's some powerful Dragon Aocean protagonist? And at these words, a blonde girl couldn't help but frown. He looked at Ling Zan who was rushing towards the Minotaur with some curiosity. And this girl is undoubtedly the one known as the strongest female swordsman, S. Wallenstein. As a level 6 adventurer, Ice originally wanted to rush over and deal with the level 2 Minotaur as soon as possible. The result was this scene. That guy, an adventurer I've never seen before. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be level 1. As a newbie, he actually dared to challenge level 2. Ice followed with curiosity and worry. On the other side, the roar of the Minotaur became clearer and clearer. Ling Zan rushed forward without hesitation. Soon I saw the Minotaur, not far away. At this moment, the Minotaur's eyes were red, and he was obviously in a state of rampage. Looking at this scene, Ling Zan couldn't help but think of the guy who possessed the holy judgment of heavenly fire, even though it was only in the form of dual guns. But Ling Zan couldn't help but think of one thing. You know, another form of the holy judge of heavenly fire is the great sword of heavenly fire. But compared to this, Ling Zan likes to call it by its nickname, Pure Love Greatsword. As Gongrang's pure love sword in the world of collapse, almost every time it is unsheathed, it is a sacrifice for love, and he uses his own life as the price to launch a powerful attack. Siegfried and Kevin are fine, they are basically representatives of pure love. In addition to this, even the famous Bishop Otto made great use of the holy judgment of heavenly fire. Even at the end of his life, he still held on to the heavenly fire tightly. What is the recognized pure love greatsword? Although Otto is indeed a bad guy and has done his worst to the Siegfried family, don't underestimate Otto's dedication to love and Karen. Now, if you want to obtain this pure love weapon, you have to defeat the Minotaur monster. Great! What is true pure love? Today, let's be a pure love warrior and kill a Minotaur. As soon as these words fell, Ling Zan's eyes revealed an extremely excited look. This is the purest love episode. To become a pure love warrior, defeat that Minotaur. Roar. At this moment, the Minotaur, also noticed Ling Zan. Immediately, there was an incomparable roar, followed by a loud bang. The Minotaur immediately rushed towards Ling Zan. Just in time. As soon as these words fell, Ling Zan also dodged the attack immediately by focusing on one side. Boom. The Minotaur slammed hard into the rock wall behind him. Accompanied by a roar, a huge pit appeared. The Minotaur stood up and shook his head, obviously feeling pain. However, despite saying this, his eyes were still fixed on Ling Zan, ready for the next attack. In an instant, the Minotaur rushed towards Ling Zan again at an extremely fast speed. Ling Zan was also unwilling to be outdone, and immediately drew out the sword in his hand. Then he swung the sword down. Ding! The long sword hit the Minotaur's body hard, making a crisp sound. At this moment, Ling Zan noticed a shallow bloodstain on the Minotaur's body. Although all these attacks were effective, he also noticed it. A crack appeared on the long sword in his hand. It's really a bit useless. Looking at the long sword that had already had a crack, Ling Zan couldn't help but make a sound. But this is normal, after all, this is a monster from LV2. He wanted to challenge a higher level opponent, but it was impossible with just this ordinary long sword. But after this he will have a weapon in his hand. Holy judgment of heavenly fire. Then such a predicament will no longer occur. But before that, he still has to kill the Minotaur first. I hope this longsword can last until the end. Ling Zan murmured. This time he wanted to grow these Minotaurs not just for the sake of the holy judgment of heavenly fire, there was another more important reason, which was that he wanted to verify his current strength. So I plan to play with this Minotaur for a while. So he rushed forward with his sword. Clang! Fighting with the Minotaur. Just when Ling Zan was fighting extremely fiercely, Icy, Loki's family and others arrived here. Seeing such a battle, Icy instinctively wanted to step forward to help. After all, in her opinion, Ling Zan was just a level 1 newbie, how could he possibly defeat a level 2 Minotaur? However, before he could take any action, he was stopped by Finn next to him. Don't forget the rules, you can't steal other people's monsters. Since that guy has chosen to fight the Minotaur, there is no reason for us to take action. At this moment, although Finn said this, he was also extremely curious in his heart. Is this guy really a level 1 adventurer? He can actually fight a level 2 Minotaur to this extent. At this moment, the team members around him also expressed the leader's thoughts. Livelia. This guy looks so familiar. I remember, this is the bartender who rose to fame a month ago. I didn't expect him to become an adventurer too. He was just a bartender a few days ago, but now he's already a level 1 adventurer, and he's evenly matched with that Minotaur. This is simply incredible. With his incredible bartending skills and current strength, it seems this young man is hiding quite a few secrets. After everyone's discussion, I finally knew the name of Ling Zan. A hint of curiosity also emerged in my heart. While everyone was talking about it, Ling Zan was getting more and more excited in fighting. With each confrontation, Ling Zan becomes more familiar with his own strength. And constantly learn from previous experiences, becoming stronger step by step. The balance of victory began to tilt towards Ling Zan from being evenly matched. Tisk, this kid is really tough. At this moment, Werewolf Bert also showed a very shocked expression on his face. And this kind of fighting talent is too terrifying, isn't it? I can clearly see his progress. When I saw this scene, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Immediately afterwards, I was shocked in my heart. Is this guy really level 1? If so, then this is a true leapfrog challenge. Ice was no longer able to describe her feelings in words. Although the Minotaur has not fallen yet, Ling Zan's advantage is too great. Anyone with eyesight can see it. Now Ling Zan is suppressing the Minotaur. Finn was also extremely shocked at this time. A challenge beyond one's level, ha 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 ha, interesting. When you get back, help me investigate the true identity of this young man and who his clan is. If there is a chance, we must bring him into our clan. This is a level 1 adventurer who can challenge level 2. Even if it was him, Finn had to be moved. This kind of genius who can challenge opponents of higher levels. For a moment, Finn's eyes were fixed on Ling Zan with longing. It was as if they wanted to eat him alive. If it's not clear, people might misunderstand that there's something wrong with Finn's romantical orientation. Just when everyone was talking about it, suddenly, everyone felt that the temperature on the field seemed to drop a few degrees. Did you notice? The temperature around here seems to have dropped a few degrees. Look, that Minotaur has become incredibly slow. Could it be the power of time? No, it's frozen. Ice keenly noticed that a trace of frost appeared on the Minotaur's body. It was this frost that slowed down the Minotaur. Not only that, the surrounding ground was also covered with frost at some point. Wait, is this magic? Finn had a look of surprise on his face. As he said this, he turned his gaze to Livelia beside him. As the strongest magician, he could only get the answer from Livelia. However, after looking at it carefully, Livelia shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't tell either. But I don't think this is magic, because there aren't any elemental fluctuations. As Livelia spoke, she was also extremely curious about Ling Zan. Just as everyone was talking, Ling Zan waved the sword in his hand, and a silver light flashed. Puff! With the sound of a long sword slicing through flesh and blood, the Minotaur's life was completely ended. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but stand there in a daze. I saw the Minotaur struggling constantly, with endless blood gushing out of his wounds. His eyes were also full of surprise. This young man actually did it. Such a thing as challenging someone of a higher level. How is that possible? I've never heard of such a thing. A level 1 adventurer defeating a level 2 Minotaur. Is this guy definitely not the protagonist of some long Aocean novel? Werewolf Bert also looked at the place where the Minotaur died with an expression of disbelief. The powerful strength displayed by Ling Zan shocked everyone present. A LV1 adventurer can defeat a LV2. What if it grows up? If he can challenge opponents of higher levels now, won't he be able to reach the sky in the future? On the other side, the team leader Finn also covered his face and murmured. It's incredible. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, even I wouldn't have believed it. A level 1 being able to kill a level 2 Minotaur all by itself. If word got out, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. There is no doubt that Ling Zan's presence made the team leader start to measure. Bert, investigate this young man's background when you get out. Remember, we must make sure everything is clear. If this guy is really a member of Freya's family. As he spoke, Finn narrowed his eyes slightly, with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Is there a young man with such a terrifying talent? If he continues to carry it, it is very likely that he will change the situation among the clans. If we can win them over, that would be the best. After all, having a reliable ally does give people great peace of mind. But if it's an enemy, Finn might also naturally give him time to grow. Okay, let's go. And no one noticed Ice while everyone was discussing. At this moment, Icy was still standing there, looking as if she had not recovered from her shock. Even now, she still can't figure it out. How did Ling Zan manage to kill an opponent of a higher level without getting hurt? However, even if Ling Zan knew everyone's doubts, he probably wouldn't bother to explain. At this moment, he looked at the long sword in his hand, which had become tattered after this battle. Then bang! Into countless fragments. Seeing this scene, Ling Zan couldn't help but sigh that this casually bought adventurer's sword really gave him a lot of help in this operation to conquer the Minotaur. But soon, he turned his attention to the reward for defeating the Minotaur. While still having the attribute rewards, I also successfully unlocked the Skyfire Holy Judgment dual guns. The seventh divine key, the key of destruction, Holy Judgment of Heavenly Fire, a divine key made by breaking the core of the seventh Herrscher of the previous civilization, the Herrscher of Flame, into two halves. The main body is a pair of double guns with the strongest destructive power. Such a weapon is undoubtedly the most suitable weapon for him, and it is also his most powerful means of attack. At the same time, he was also looking forward to another form of the Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire. When combining the two pistols together to fuse the two half-cores into a single whole, the Skyfire Judgment activates its 0th rated power, Skyfire Unsheathed. Also known as Heavenly Fire Suicide, I will launch an awesome attack. But that is still quite far away from now. After completing these things, Ling Zan immediately chose to return to Orario. To be honest, he left Orario's heart for a while. As a member of Hestia's family, he could vaguely sense that Hestia seemed a little dissatisfied with this. No, it's not so much dissatisfaction as loneliness. I finally found a family, but ended up being away for several days. Hestia herself is a stay-at-home girl, so naturally she would worry that her family would abandon her and leave her alone. Ling Zan shook his head. What a childish goddess. After that, on the way back to Orario City, Ling Zan did not encounter any more incidents. Quickly crossed the underground maze. Arrived at the square in front of the Tower of Babel. Of course Ling Zan has no plans to go back now. At this time, Hestia should still be working. He couldn't see Hestia when he returned. It would be better to go to the Adventurers Guild first and exchange the magic stones you have harvested. You should know that in this operation, you not only obtained the Holy Judgment of Heavenly Fire and ability points. He also obtained a lot of magic stones, although he was not very interested in the common coins in this world. However, you still need to prepare for the necessary expenses. After determining the location, Ling Zan also rushed to the Adventurers Guild with brisk steps. And the moment Ling Zan appeared, Agina immediately discovered him. Hey, Lingshuan, here. This sudden sound naturally attracted Ling Zan's attention. Looked in the direction of the sound. A young girl appeared there. She has pointed ears and clear emerald eyes. Her medium-length brown hair is shiny. That beautiful appearance was not as perfect and distinct as that of the elves, but rather a more rounded and natural appearance. Her slender figure looked great in the guild's black suit and trousers uniform. One can tell at a glance that this is a hybrid of human and elf. And this is Agina. Long time no see, really, I haven't seen you for several days. It's been such a long time, could you have been exploring the underground maze? Agina asked curiously. She knew very well that the guy in front of her had become a level 1 adventurer not long ago. But the underground maze is still too dangerous, and she doesn't want such a novice to go too deep. Aina was very worried about Ling Zan. When Ling Zan heard these words, he smiled knowingly and nodded. So you should be here to exchange for Farley this time, right? Farley is the universal coin of this world. Then follow me. This is where you can exchange magic stones for fairy. As she spoke, she also brought Ling Zan to a counter. Put the magic stone in there, and after the staff inside have finished counting it, they will send out the equivalent amount of magic power. As soon as these words fell, a pile of magic stones appeared in front of Aina's incredible eyes. Seeing this scene, even Aegina couldn't help but be stunned. At this moment, Ling Zan took out hundreds of magic stones he had obtained this time. Seeing this scene, Aina couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. It's not like she hasn't seen other adventurers produce such a large amount of magic stones. But the problem is that those are experienced and very rich adventurers. Ling Zan had just become a novice adventurer a few days ago, but he was able to bring back so many magic stones in one expedition. Are you sure you didn't steal these magic stones from somewhere? I can't help it. Aegina made a sound of disbelief. Mr. Ling Zan must have found a team member. No, that's not right. How could a newly minted adventurer possibly possess so many magic stones? Even a level 1 team that has been roaming the underground maze for years wouldn't be able to pull off such a massive amount. Hearing such a shocked voice, Ling Zan also briefly talked about what he had done. Mr. Ling Zan just became an adventurer not long ago, and he ran to the 5th floor of the underground maze, and even encountered a level 2 minotaur, and successfully challenged a higher level. At this moment, Aegina's face was filled with a variety of complex emotions. Confused, dazed, and unbelievable. All kinds of complicated emotions appeared on her face. For a long time, Aegina has been advising all kinds of novice adventurers that adventurers should not take risks. Especially Ling Zan, she had repeatedly emphasized not to go into the dungeon alone. Not only did Ling Zan do it, he also ran to the 5th floor of the underground maze alone. Not only that, he also encountered the Minotaur. The main thing is that in the past, she would have already started teaching by this time. But Ling Zan really didn't know what to say. After all, Ling Zan not only successfully returned alive, but also brought back a large amount of spoils. And many more. Minotaur. Aina seemed to have thought of something and immediately widened her eyes. Wait a minute, are you saying you defeated the level 2 Minotaur all by yourself? Hearing such shocking words, Ling Zan nodded. Yes. After hearing the affirmative answer, Aegina's eyes were completely stunned. I'm afraid you're a monster in human skin. After that, Ling Zan successfully obtained a huge amount of phalli and became a multi-millionaire in an instant. Holding the rich spoils, Ling Zan returned to the basement of the dilapidated church. And the moment he opened the door, a goddess appeared in front of him. And that was Hestia. Ling Zan, you're back. How do you feel about exploring the underground maze these days? Quote. Hestia made her voice out of great curiosity. After seeing Ling Zan who had disappeared for a few days, Hestia's extremely nervous heart finally relaxed. He immediately sat up in bed, blinking his eyes. Hestia could feel it clearly enough. For some reason, she always felt that the two of them seemed to be closer now. Although I felt that Ling Zan was unusually friendly before, I still felt a certain distance from him. But after a few days, she no longer felt any sense of distance. It was as if Hestia recognized Ling Zan. Ling Zan's voice was also recalled at this time. It feels pretty good. This time, the underground maze yielded quite a lot of rewards. Ling Zan also told everything that had happened to him. What? A level 2 Minotaur. Hey, are you alright? I'd be devastated if you got hurt. Maybe I'll even be uncharacteristically sad. When I heard that Ling Zan encountered the level 2 Minotaur. Hestia was stunned for a moment, then an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. Although I had known for a long time that Ling Zan was very powerful, I never thought that Ling Zan could actually challenge a higher level opponent. However, after the shock, the goddess began to carefully check Ling Zan's current physical condition, fearing that he might have some sequelae from such a battle. After all, it's a level 1 challenging a level 2, defeating a strong with a weak one. It's not that easy. What if you get hurt? Hestia used her small hands to touch Ling Zan all over, checking if he was injured. After discovering that there was nothing wrong with Ling Zan's body, Hestia was completely relieved. But soon, an indescribable expression appeared on Hestia's face. Okay, then, let me update your ability values. By the way, you need to explain to me the story of that girl named Ice. From Ling Zan's narration, Hestia also keenly extracted the name of Ice. For some reason, Hestia became jealous when she heard that person's name. Isn't that Ice Wallenstein pretty? I heard she's both very pretty and very capable. A girl like that is bound to have one or two boyfriends she particularly likes. So, Lingshuan, I don't know what kind of encounter you had with that girl during this trip. But still, pay more attention to what's around you. I guarantee that you will find a good girl who will give you a warm embrace and be tolerant. Hestia puffed out her chest as she spoke. It's as if it's saying, look at me, I'm the good girl. Hearing such a voice, Ling Zan couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. How can I put it? As expected, she's a goddess known for being jealous even in the 2D world. He clearly didn't show any affection for Ice like Belle did in the original novel, but he became so jealous just by mentioning her. After being comforted by Ling Zan, Hestia, the jealous little girl, put away her awkward thoughts and began to formally update Ling Zan's ability values. Okay, then let's update your ability values. You've already defeated that level 2 Minotaur. I'm a little curious about what changes have taken place in your abilities. As Hestia finished speaking, Ling Zan also took off his shirt, revealing his back. Then, Hestia pricked her finger and let her blood drip onto Ling Zan's back. With a flash of golden light, these attributes were updated. Host: Ling Zan. Family: Hestia family. Level: LV1. Strength: D. 555 plus 100. Endurance: E. 465. Dexterity: F. 378. Agility: E. 404. Magic: H. 101. Magic: None. Skills: Ice Control, LV1, Fusion Warrior, Human Chimera, Strength Bonus LV1, times X. When I looked at the words in front of me, I had already expected it. However, upon seeing the earth-shaking changes in her ability values, Hestia immediately froze on the sofa. Although I know that you must have gained a lot of ability points to defeat that Minotaur, but when I saw it with my own eyes, I was still a little shocked. After sticking the paper on Ling Zan's back and reflecting various abilities and attributes, countless doubts also emerged in Hestia's heart. What on earth does Ling Zan do? He can actually brush so fast. I originally thought that it was great to have made some progress in the past few days, but I didn't expect that such earth-shaking changes would be achieved in just a few days. Is it because of those skills whose effects even I can't clearly see? Hestia thought so, and then she also sighed. Don't tell me, you're really a monster. This growth rate is unprecedented and even abnormal. I think I can break the record for the fastest follower upgrade in Orario City. Hearing this, Ling Zan shrugged. He doesn't care about this, as long as he can become stronger. The next second, Hestia did something that even Ling Zan had not expected. She actually pulled Ling Zan into her arms and cheered with great joy. Ha 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 ha. You are worthy of being my clan member, Ling Zan, you really exceeded my expectations. Driven by excitement, Hestia didn't care about her image at all. She just hugged Ling Zan tightly in her arms and showed no sign of wanting to let go. Ling Zan was completely confused and was forced to bury himself in the snow-white softness. This sudden development made Ling Zan unable to hear clearly what Hestia said. However, he personally doesn't really object to this kind of treatment. On the contrary, he even enjoyed the process. It's just that breathing is a little difficult. After this, Hestia also calmed down. After letting go of Ling Zan, Hestia's face flushed. It was not until this moment that she remembered how serious her behavior had just been. Oh no. I wonder if my behavior just now made this kid think I'm some frivolous goddess. At this moment, Hestia suddenly felt a little worried that her image in Ling Zan's mind was affected. Just when she was feeling a little uneasy, Ling Zan's voice rang out. By the way, I'm very satisfied with what I gained from this trip to the underground maze. I'd like to give you some of the things I have. As soon as these words fell, Ling Zan waved his hand and handed over part of the farsi he had harvested to Hestia. After all, he knew very well that Hestia had always been working outside. This won't work. I'm rich now. If we let our people go out to work, it would be a bit of a loss of face. If others saw this, they would probably think that Ling Zan couldn't afford to support his own god. So with a wave of his hand, hundreds of thousands of farleys immediately appeared in the room. If you have these, you won't have to work anymore. Looking at Farley in front of her, Hestia's eyes suddenly lit up. Ling Zan, you are truly amazing. You actually possess so many phalli. At this moment, Hestia finally felt the joy of having a family. You have to know that she had always relied on working to make a living in the past. To have such a group of phalli, she would have to work for a long time. Is this the benefit of having a clan? For a moment, Hestia's eyes also began to sparkle. But having said that, she didn't plan to use the money for herself. After all, she remembered that her own Ling Zan didn't seem to have any suitable weapons. Ling Zan, what kind of weapon do you prefer? Hearing such a question, Ling Zan was slightly stunned. I reacted quickly. Is he planning to choose his own weapon just like in the original story? But he doesn't need it. Having the holy judgment of heavenly fire is enough for the time being. Moreover, with this system, he might have even more powerful weapons in the future. There was no need to make their own god humble himself and beg Hephaestus to make it, and he originally gave Hestia the money so that she wouldn't have to go out to work. If I ask Hephaestus to make it, I'm afraid I'll have to go out to work again. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? So Ling Zan also shook his head. As for weapons, I already have some very handy ones for now. Bullshit. After all, if you ask the forging goddess to forge a weapon, the starting cost is in the billions. To bear such a huge debt, Hestia would have to work until the end of time. It's a bit not worth it. And with the system he possesses, his future holds infinite possibilities. The next morning. The base of the Hestia Familia, a hidden room in the church. Before Ling Zan opened his eyes, he felt that there was inexplicably a little more weight on his body besides the sheets. I couldn't help but sigh again. Hestia came to her bed again. That's right now. Hestia buried her face in Ling Zan's chest and fell asleep again. Hestia's breasts made a squeezing sound, and the pair of spheres with overwhelming mass were flattened on Ling Zan's body. Ling Zan had no choice but to pick up Hestia and then covered her with a sheet. It's not that he doesn't want to be affectionate for a while, but he has a mission to do today. I plan to go to the dungeon to level up again. Thinking of this, Ling Zan immediately stepped out of the room and left quietly. Ling Zan, this fool. Walking out of the room, Ling Zan was obviously in a very good mood. Hestia gave me such a great treat early in the morning. How can I not show off about something like this? Thinking of this, he also remembered his previous chat group. I'm not in the group yet, how can we chat? Immediately, I ran to the group. Ling Zan, hey everyone, every night when I wake up, there's a girl lying on my chest. She's attacking me every night, and it's making my sleep terrible. What should I do? Waiting online, urgent. The moment such news was released. Immediately, the entire chat group became less calm. Izayoi Sakamaki. Goddess, night raid, why can't my uke do that, even though she's not a goddess? Branya. Goddess, you haven't woken up yet, have you? Aizen. Well, you are in Versailles, definitely in Versailles. Branya. Honestly, although it looks like she's asking for help, she's actually a bit too tactful. Izayoi Sakamaki. It seems that your world is similar to mine, with goddesses and the like in it as well. Aizen. Your world actually has gods. I'm sure your strength must be quite extraordinary. Oh, I'm suddenly a little curious. In the collapsing world, Alicia looked at the group chat with some curiosity. When I joined this group chat before, the whole group was quite quiet. Unexpectedly, the silence was broken by someone's words this morning. Suddenly, the entire group chat became lively. As everyone discussed, Alicia became very curious about the worlds of both of them. However, after seeing Ling Zan's words, there was no other comment. Alicia, you can only put aside your curiosity temporarily. But she believes that many interesting things will happen in this group chat in the future. Seeing the lively discussions in the group chat, Ling Zan also closed the group chat. Then he walked towards the dungeon with a happy mood. As Ling Zan headed towards the underground city, his mind was quickly filled with memories of his past life. Let me think about it. In my previous life, I was talking about the monster in the dungeon. Jack Bird was the monster on the first floor. A rare monster that resembles a rooster with fluffy yellow-green feathers. While it is not aggressive, it is incredibly fast and will flee if it senses any enemy. This kind of monster is undoubtedly the best monster for brushing agility skills. There are also the Shadow of War and the Killer Ants. War Shadow, a black humanoid monster with long arms and 3 sharp claws. It is the strongest monster on the 6th floor. Along with the Killer Ant, it is called the Rookie Killer, because it kills many novice adventurers. The Killer Ants are red ant monsters with 4 legs and 2 arms. It has a hard shell, high attack power, and uses pheromones to attract companions in a pinch. It is called the Newbie Killer, together with Shadow of War because it kills many novice adventurers. Ling Zan quickly decided on today's goal. Today's progress should only get us to the 6th floor at the earliest. So, let's farm some more killer ants and war shadows, and see if we can get these old fools to bleed out some gold or something. Ling Zan murmured. That's right, this time he went to the dungeon not just to brush up his ability points. But after discovering that the skill, Human Chimera, can obtain skills based on monsters, he naturally plans to make good use of this skill. It would be such a waste not to use such a good skill. Say so. Ling Zan also narrowed his eyes slightly. Monsters, get ready to explode gold coins for me. On the other side, the goddess of beauty Freya suddenly noticed a young man with white hair and golden eyes. The young man was walking towards here from the other end of the road. The young man who was walking and thinking suddenly came into her sight. For some reason, the young man, who was clearly just in the city, unconsciously attracted her attention. Bang bang bang. For some reason, my heart suddenly started beating rapidly. This is. As the goddess of beauty, she naturally knew what this phenomenon was. That boy looks like a human, doesn't he? In other words, I fell in love with that boy at first sight. Although she didn't know why, as a god, she could naturally sense that Ling Zan's strength did not seem to be that strong. But for some reason, there was a faint aura emanating from her soul that fascinated her. She couldn't understand why she fell in love at first sight, but Freya would no longer think about it. Now she was thinking about something else. How to lure this young man into your own clan. That silver gaze stared at Ling Zan. Such a passionate gaze immediately attracted Ling Zan's attention. This feeling, someone is watching me. But when he turned around, he found that the burning gaze had disappeared. Ling Zan frowned. Is it Freya, who's targeting me now that Belle's not around? Ling Zan murmured. On the other side. That was a close call. That boy was actually able to sense my presence. Freya patted her chest in fear. At this moment, she was full of strong curiosity and complicated feelings towards this young man. It makes me more and more curious. He's not very powerful, but he was able to discover my existence. As expected, an adventurer like this must join my clan. As she said this, the goddess of beauty also chuckled. There was a hint of determination in his eyes. Because of the white-haired adventurer, she, Freya, is determined. Return to Ling Zan's side. Ling Zan was also a little headache at this moment. He didn't expect that he would attract the attention of the goddess of beauty Freya. It really gives me a headache. But having said that, Ling Zan didn't have any trouble. But if Hestia knew about this, she would probably be jealous again. But it doesn't matter. If the enemy comes, we will fight him. If the water comes, we will drown it. Just as Ling Zan was thinking this, an unexpected voice came to mind. The voice coming from behind made Ling Zan turn around immediately. The one who called out to Ling Zan was a young girl, who was also a human like Ling Zan. She was wearing a white blouse and a light leaf-colored vest skirt that reached below her knees, with a longer apron tied over the skirt. Her glossy, light gray hair was tied into a bun at the back of her head, with a tail hanging down below. It's a variation of a ponytail. Eyes that match the hair color give it a cute, innocent look. This is one of Ling Zan's few friends in this world, Xie Froy. Zaire. Sure enough, although I thought it was you when I saw that figure from behind, I didn't expect to see you, Ling Zan, so early in the morning. Zaire Froy said with a smile. Since Ling Zan became an adventurer, he naturally resigned from the tavern. After all, as an adventurer, there is no need to make money by mixing drinks. Really? This seems to be our first meeting since I became an adventurer, right? Yes, ever since Master Lingxuan left with Master Hestia, he has forgotten all of us old friends from the tavern. He really has forgotten his old love for the new one. As she spoke, Xie also pouted. Obviously, he is a little jealous. Hearing this, Ling Zan couldn't help but smile awkwardly. It seems to be true. However, he has been quite busy recently. He has not stopped for a moment since becoming an adventurer. Ahem, come on, Zaire, I've been a bit busy lately. And what the hell is Master Ling Zan? Just call me Ling Zan as before. Hum hum. Hearing this, Xie Froi also made a happy sound. Obviously, Ling Zan's attitude made her very happy. Looking at you like this, you're planning to go to the dungeon, right? Although it was a question, Zaire Froi was extremely sure of her guess. Ling Zan nodded. After receiving the affirmative answer, Zaire Froi pondered for a while. Then wait for me here for a while. As soon as these words fell, Zaire Froi ran away quickly. She ran towards the open-air cafe, walked through there and into the store, then turned back soon after. In her slender arms, she held something she didn't have when she left here, a small basket. There are small pieces of bread and cheese inside. If I'm not mistaken, then you must not have had breakfast this early in the morning. If you don't mind. The store is not open yet. This is the breakfast that Xie Froi prepared herself. Zaire Froi felt a little shy about giving the breakfast she prepared to the boy. There was also a red expression on her face. I'm sorry. And isn't this your breakfast? Hearing this, Xie Froi showed a look of dissatisfaction on her face. Would I feel guilty letting you leave hungry like this? Or, after becoming an adventurer, have you grown weary of accepting breakfast from your former companions? As expected. As Zaire Froi spoke, a hint of moisture appeared in her eyes. Seeing that Xie had said this, it was difficult for him to refuse. Before he could respond, Xie Froi gave a malicious smile and moved closer to Ling Zan. If you really feel bad, then come to the pub again tonight. Looking at Zaire Froi like this, Ling Zan couldn't help but feel emotional. She is really good at. If it were someone else, they would probably be easily controlled by Xie. Nodding, Ling Zan's voice also echoed. Then I'll be at the tavern tonight. Hearing this, Xie Froi also showed a beautiful smile on her face. Well, I'm looking forward to your visit. After taking the food handed to him by Xie Froi, Ling Zan continued to head towards his destination. Dungeon. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Ling Zan fought his way all the way to the 5th floor without any obstruction. There was no monster that could stop him from moving forward. Any monster that appeared before his eyes would undoubtedly fall to the gunfire. Ever since using the holy judgment of heavenly fire, Ling Zan naturally stopped buying some useless adventurer swords. The current holy judgment of heavenly fire is enough. Even dealing with these monsters is a bit of an overkill. It feels like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. However, it was precisely because of this that he successfully reached the 5th floor in just 2 hours. Boom. Another shot. Accompanied by such gunshots, another monster fell on the first side. Staring at the monster's corpse without emotion, Ling Zan also smiled indifferently. After seeing his attributes increase, he immediately turned around and left. He didn't know how many monsters he had killed along the way. The current attribute has probably reached 999, right? But it's still a pity for Ling Zan. After killing so many monsters, you didn't find any useful skills. It seems that only after reaching the 6th floor can you have a chance to get skills. Thinking of this, Ling Zan concentrated on finding the moving objects in his field of vision and walked into the depths of the intricate maze. It is an orderly maze structure consisting of smooth floors, walls, and ceilings. Although it is daytime, the dungeon, as the name suggests, is a city underground. There is still an eerie silence here. Not only monsters, but also fellow adventurers could not be sensed. Only the sound of Ling Zan's footsteps on the soil echoed in the winding passage. As Ling Zan moved forward, he soon stepped into a new level that he had never stepped into before. 6th floor. From here on out, these monsters are no longer playthings as they once were. Of course, this is only for those novice adventurers. Although Ling Zan is also a new adventurer, his strength cannot be viewed from the perspective of ordinary people. Ling Zan has absolute confidence. That's the confidence that, I am invincible among my peers. If Loki's family knew Ling Zan's thoughts, they would probably just twitch their lips slightly. Then I said helplessly, you are still being modest. After all, they have never seen a level 1 adventurer defeat a minotaur. So in their opinion, Ling Zan is basically equivalent to level 2. After walking forward for a while, Ling Zan soon arrived at an empty hall. The hall is square and there is nothing blocking the view. Looking around, the space is filled with pale green walls, empty and devoid of any interest. Ling Zan walked to the middle of the room and stood near the center. I took a quick look around, but couldn't find any passage leading to anywhere else. If an ordinary adventurer saw such a scene, he would probably choose to return the same way. But, Ling Zan just narrowed his eyes slightly. Next second. With a crackling sound, accompanied by such a sound, the strange noise was getting louder and louder. Crack, crack. The originally silent hall was then filled with the strange sound of something breaking. Ling Zan was not surprised at all to see this scene. Although there was no sign of any monster in this uncovered hall. But this is just an appearance. Ling Zan's gaze stayed on a certain place. That was the dungeon wall dyed light green. The sound coming from the front part of the maze wall grew louder and louder. Not long after, the maze wall in front of my sight was broken. Ling Zan watched all this with some curiosity. Oh, this is how monsters are born, interesting. Ling Zan said with some curiosity. That's right, in this world. Monsters are born from the dungeon. What we see before our eyes is actually the monster breaking through the wall of the maze from the inside and being born as alive. Skip the growth process and become a strong, mature individual who can fight immediately. In other words, this huge underground maze dungeon is the womb of monsters that threaten humanity. The monster stretched out its hands from the cracks in the wall and scratched at the air, forcing cracks into the wall, exposing various parts of its body to the outside air one by one. Fragments of the dungeon were scattered on the ground. Finally, there was a particularly loud crashing sound, and the monster's feet stepped on the ground. Soon, a brand new monster appeared in front of Ling Zan. If I had to use a word to describe the monster in front of me, it would probably be shadow. He was about 160 centimeters tall, completely black from head to toe, and the outlines of his hands and feet were very close to those of a human. However, it does not have any tissue resembling fur or skin, and its entire body looks as if it were painted with black paint. The only cross-shaped head has a perfectly round part that looks like a small mirror and maybe a face. It's like an alien monster emerging directly from the shadow. Seeing such a course, Ling Zan couldn't help but smile slightly. Such characteristics certainly seem to be the shadow of war. As he spoke, Ling Zan's face showed excitement. Then it was as if he remembered something. He took a quick look at the chat group and found that there was indeed a function for sending pictures. Immediately, he posted the picture of Shadow of War. Ling Zan, my family, who knows? I was just adventuring in the dungeon, and now they're doing something indecent right in front of me. Picture. Alicia. What kind of monster is this? Is it something like a Honkai beast? It doesn't seem right. Izayoi Sakamaki. Monsters, dungeons. I see, you must be the legendary adventurer, but monsters like this seem quite interesting. Branya. According to Usagi's calculations, this kind of monster is absolutely impossible to appear in our world. In other words, that monster is not a Honkai beast. Aizen. It seems like these monsters are pretty average. I feel a bit disappointed. Alicia. I don't know the opponent's strength, so I won't comment. However, when facing such a monster, you still have to pay attention to your safety. At Lingshuan. Izayoi Sakamaki. Don't worry. Since he dares to say it in such a joking manner, it means that his mentality is still playful. Anyone who can have fun with this mentality is either a fool or has confidence in his own strength. No matter how you look at it, he should be the latter. While the group members were chatting, Ling Zan glanced at the chat group and then turned his attention back to the monster in front of him. Sudden. Another click. This time the voice came from behind. Another shadow of war rose from the ground in the same way. I didn't expect to generate 2 war shadows at once. But even if it's 2 against 1, it won't change the situation at all. Ling Zan narrowed his eyes slightly as he spoke. Although these 2 monsters were preparing to attack Ling Zan from the front and back. But Ling Zan was not nervous at all. Unfortunately, these monsters do not have a language system. So when faced with such words, the 2 monsters just stood up silently and quietly took a fighting stance. The facial mirror, which emitted a strange luster, fixed its eyes on Ling Zan, its prey. What an irrational monster. Never mind, let's end this quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the heavenly fire holy judge in the form of dual guns immediately appeared in his hands. Who wants to play close combat with you these days? Sir, it's time to eat feces. Accompanied by 2 gunshots, 2 flaming dragons appeared on the scene. The next second, the 2 newly born war shadows were completely devoured. A sure kill. At the same time, the cold mechanical sound echoed in Ling Zan's ears. Ding. Detected, the host has killed the war shadow, gaining the skills, agility bonus, and strength bonus LV1 right pointing arrow LV2 inches. Hearing such a cold mechanical sound, Ling Zan's face showed a look of surprise. I didn't expect that this time the kill not only gained an agility bonus, but also an upgraded strength bonus. But think about it carefully. The shadow of war has sharp fingers. The arms are of unusual length and have 3 fingers at the front, which are sharp and shaped like daggers. Their speed is far beyond the reach of goblins or earth spirits. It can even be said that War Shadow's pure combat ability is unmatched among the monsters on the 6th floor. On the dungeon's upper floors, from the 1st to the 12th, War Shadows are arguably the most formidable monsters for novice adventurers. The benefits of killing these 2 monsters are also very good. Ling Zan also showed a satisfied expression on his face. It seems that the profit this time is quite good. As he said this, Ling Zan suddenly seemed to remember something. System, open my panel. As soon as these words fell, immediately, a huge virtual screen appeared in front of Ling Zan. Host, Ling Zan. Family, Hestia family. Level, LV1. Strength, B, 777 plus 200. Endurance, D, 565. Dexterity, E, 485. Agility, C, 604 plus 100. Magic, H, 101. Magic, none. Skills, Ice Control, LV1, Fusion Warrior, Human Chimera, Strength bonus LV2, Agility bonus LV1, times X. Looking at the panel attributes in front of him, Ling Zan was quite satisfied. It seemed that this trip to the dungeon had refreshed a lot of abilities. Thinking of this, Ling Zan also took a look at the group chat. Alicia. By the way, what took so long? Ling Zan hasn't said anything. Could something really have gone wrong? Branya. That's unlikely. Isn't he involved with the goddess? He can't be that weak, right? Looking at the group of people talking, Ling Zan also tapped his fingers. Soon, a line of words appeared in the group chat. Ling Zan, don't worry, it's okay. I'm safe. After hearing Ling Zan's speech, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Izayoi Sakamaki. These 2 monsters were in such a miserable state, they were reduced to ash. But looking at the marks on the ground, could it be that you, Ling Zan, can control fire? Branya. It's really not a shame. Just looking at the picture, you can tell how destructive the scene was. If this were in our world, it would definitely be a major force against the Honkai impact. Aizen. This destructive power is quite interesting. It seems your world really can't be underestimated. Alicia. This trace looks familiar. It feels a bit like the destructive power caused by the holy judgment of heavenly fire. However, upon closer inspection, it's unlikely. After all, they are 2 different worlds. See Alicia's speech. Ling Zan's heart also jumped suddenly. Good boy, you almost guessed it. Just by looking at the traces of damage, you suspect that this was caused by the holy judgment of heavenly fire. Isn't this too fierce? Just as Ling Zan was thinking this, he heard the sound of footsteps. Attracted Ling Zan's attention. Is it a monster? Or? However, Ling Zan quickly gave up this idea. This kind of footsteps is not a monster. It seems to be a human. There are only 2 kinds of creatures that can appear in the underground maze. One is a monster, the other is an adventurer. If they are not monsters, then the only ones who are adventurers are humans. Ling Zan looked towards the source of the sound with some curiosity. I'm a little curious about who the adventurer is who still comes here at this point. Soon, a group of adventurers appeared in front of Ling Zan. Oh, Captain, it's that adventurer we met before who was able to challenge opponents of higher levels. The voice of Werewolf Bert also echoed at this moment. Livelia. It seems like he was responsible for that huge winter just now. The signs of fire are incredible, could it be magic? No. Something seems off. I don't sense any trace of magic. Finn was also a little curious when he saw this scene. Young man, I didn't expect to see you again. Hearing these words, Ling Zan nodded. This is what you are doing. We just returned from an expedition and plan to have a celebration party at the tavern tonight. Finn explained with a harmonious look on his face. Speaking of which, do you want to come to our celebration party tonight? Generally speaking, outsiders are not allowed to attend celebration parties. But Finn wanted to win over Ling Zan too much. Hearing this, Ling Zan also shook his head. Sorry, I already have an appointment tonight, but if nothing goes wrong, we can still meet. That's it. Hearing these words, Finn's face showed a hint of disappointment, but when he heard that they could meet, a smile appeared on Finn's face again. At this moment, IC, who had been silent all the time, took the initiative to talk to Ling Zan. What was that noise just now? Were you leveling up your abilities? Can I ask you why you were so powerful at level 1? Of course, IC noticed the terrifying traces of fire on the ground. If this noise was made by a level 1 adventurer, it would be too terrifying. She also noticed that Ling Zan was even stronger this time than the last time they met. This speed of progress is too exaggerated. Hey! Werewolf Bert also made a surprised sound and tried to pull IC. No matter what, it is extremely rude to ask someone such a question. This is someone's privacy. However, before he could make a move, Finn pulled him back. Because Finn was also very curious, why was Ling Zan so powerful? Even he was surprised by the horrific traces of destruction on the ground. Ling Zan was slightly stunned when he heard such words. If someone else heard such words, they would probably just feel offended. But Ling Zan wouldn't. After all, he knew that the girl in front of him was a naive person. I'm afraid it's really just out of curiosity. Ling Zan also thought for a while and then gave his answer. Maybe it's because of hard work and luck. Hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this guy wouldn't tell the real answer. Only IC took this matter seriously. What they didn't know was that Ling Zan didn't lie. If it weren't for the goddess of luck blessing him, allowing him to successfully travel to this world and awaken the system, he would not be so strong. And his system also needs to brush up its own ability value. Hard work and luck. It is indeed indispensable for him to get to this point. After a brief discussion, Ling Zan also left. Only Ace was left staring blankly at Ling Zan's back. Hey, Icy has come back to her senses. She has already left here. Seeing such a reaction, everyone present was stunned. No way. Could it be that our girl has fallen in love with that guy? Don't do this kind of thing. Unable to hold back, everyone present let out a wail. Hearing this, Icy also said with a confused look on her face. I don't know why I have this feeling. My eyes always linger on him inadvertently. Is this feeling love? Unable to help it, the girl named Icy had such doubts in her mind. Evening. After finishing today's dungeon exploration, Ling Zan returned to the hidden room in the church and asked Hestia to update his ability values as usual. Looking at the proficiency on the record paper, the growth rate is astonishing. Hestia also had a smile on her face. Ling Zan is indeed worthy of being my clan member. This speed of progress is simply unheard of. Ling Zan shrugged when he heard this. Then, I told him what happened in the morning and that I had an appointment in the evening. Hearing words like this, immediately, Hestia fell silent. It was obvious that Hestia was in a bad mood, a very bad mood. No, perhaps terrible would be a more appropriate word to describe it. At this moment, Hestia stared at Ling Zan coldly with a childish face. His whole face almost had an expression of, I'm very unhappy, written on it. Is Zaire's breakfast delicious? She even made you go to her appointment tonight. Seeing this scene, Ling Zan also understood. The smell of vinegar is so strong lately that I'm afraid I can smell it from 100 meters away. What was Ling Zan about to say? However, Hestia pouted and turned her face away. Humph. Looking at such a scene, although I had expected it, when I actually saw it. A very cute thought still emerged in Ling Zan's heart. He couldn't help but put his hand on Hestia's head. The most powerful skill of mankind has begun, patting the head. This sudden action made Hestia's cheeks blush immediately. Although she was very happy in her heart, Hestia snorted in a proud manner. Then he turned around. He walked silently towards the closet at the back of the room. She opened the closet door, trembling as she stood on tiptoe, and took out a large coat that had been specially made for a fairy. She put on the coat, covering her breasts that were disproportionate to her petite frame, and walked past me, who stood there cowering. The store where I work is having a celebration party, I'll be back soon. You should also breathe the free air occasionally and eat your luxurious dinner alone. Hearing these words, Ling Zan couldn't help but laugh. Although the pat on the head just now was indeed effective, the force was really strong. The sun is about to sink into the western sky. In place of the fading red light, there appeared the pale blue twilight, the hazy full moon, and countless cheerful laughter. Workers who have finished their day's work, as well as adventurers who have returned safely from the dungeon, also use fine wine to conclude their day. From every tavern came joyful shouts, followed by roars and loud laughter. Orange lights streamed from the open shop windows, accompanying the figures dancing on the paved road. Ling Zan also arrived at the Host of Abundance tavern very quickly. The avenue, centered around the tavern, was filled with steam, and the demihumans walking along seemed to be influenced by the atmosphere, their faces bright and cheerful. The Param, considered the epitome of the dwarfs, and the goblins, despite being on the street, were still singing, arm in arm. The dwarves, known for their strong warriors, seemed to be a little drunk, laughing heartily and blending in with the dwarfs. Orc women with wild beast ears and tails dangling were wearing revealing clothes to attract customers. A group of Amazons dressed more coolly didn't care about the eyes around them, and strode on the road while talking and laughing. Ling Zan shook his head and walked in. Mr. Ling Zan. The moment he stepped in, Zaire Froy appeared beside him without him noticing any moment. Entered business status. Seeing this scene, Ling Zan's mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. No, your agility is comparable to that of an average adventurer. And under Xie's voice, all the people in the tavern immediately turned their eyes to Ling Zan. Oh, it's that bartender from before. I haven't seen him in a few days. So he's become an adventurer. If that's the case, I won't be able to drink his wine anymore. Oh, that boy is the bartender who was once so popular in this pub, right? Looking at everyone talking, Ling Zan nodded. I am coming. Yes, welcome. Xie greeted Ling Zan wearing the same clothes as she had in the morning. Entering the entrance, the door remained open, she called out in a clear and loud voice. A guest. Ling Zan also found a seat very skillfully and sat down. It's located right at the corner of the bar where the seats are arranged in a straight line. Really? I haven't seen you for several days. If you weren't Xie, would you still not want to come to my tavern? Mia Grando made a heroic sound. If you don't eat well here today, I'll come after you. I heard from Xie that you're a big eater. Hearing this, Ling Zan couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he immediately turned around and saw Xie standing next to him, immediately looked away. Then a cute sound came out. Hey. Seeing this scene, Ling Zan's brows couldn't help but twitch. You're just getting away with it, right? Forget it. With my own income, it wouldn't be difficult to buy this tavern. Of course, the shop owner in front of me probably won't buy it. After that, in order to improve Xie's performance, he ordered a lot of luxury items. When they were halfway through the meal, Xie came to Ling Zan. How is it? Does it taste good? It's delicious. Xie nodded, shook her light gray hair, took off her apron, took the round stool by the wall, and sat next to Ling Zan. Don't you have to do anything? The kitchen is busy, but the wait staff is adequate. And it's a little quieter now. As she spoke, Xie also cast an inquiring look at the female shop owner on the other side. The female owner also grinned and raised her chin to show her approval. Then Ling Zan didn't say anything else. Thank you for this morning. The bread is delicious. After a brief discussion, there was a noisy sound coming from outside the door. Suddenly, a large group of more than a dozen people entered the tavern. And without a doubt, they are all members of Loki's family. At this moment, the Loki clan finally arrived at the tavern. Yi Ling's gaze also lingered on Isis's face. The delicate outline that seems to be about to break at the touch is exquisite and beautiful. It looks more like a fairy or goblin from a fairy tale than an exquisite doll. The exceptionally eye-catching golden eyes were transparent and clear, causing people to gasp for no reason. A beautiful girl with a pair of willow-shaped eyebrows and a calm and steady expression. Among the many experts who entered the store, there was the person I admired so much. In fact, at this moment, Isis' mood was not calm at all. She had been looking forward to this moment. After all, when she was in the dungeon, she knew Ling Zan would appear here. I don't know why, but I have a vague expectation in my heart. Oh, what a pretty chick. No, idiot. Look at the badge. Depend on. The guests around them also started to stir as soon as they found out that they were from the Loki familia. They put their faces close to each other and talked in whispers as if they were having a secret conversation. That is, the Giant Slayers family. The star meeting of first-level adventurers. Who is the famous Sword Princess? The voices that came in waves were filled with fear, and some even whistled at Miss Wallenstein and other female members. After Loki's family entered the tavern, Icy immediately looked around. Soon, Ling Zan was found in the corner. No, it's not just Ling Zan. There was also a girl next to him, who seemed to be chatting happily with Ling Zan, and it seemed that they had a good relationship. What is their relationship? For some reason, such doubts arose in Icy's heart. My originally happy mood seemed to be poured with a bucket of cold water. She was a little dazed and was pulled to a seat by her companions and sat down. As luck would have it, Isis' seat was right across from Ling Zan. When Xie saw this scene, she couldn't help but frown. Okay, thank you all for your hard work in this dungeon expedition. We won't be home until we're drunk. Let's drink. Finn stood up and led the toast. Then the people of the Loki clan began to laugh and make noises. Kang. They clinked beer mugs against each other and generously slurped down the food and beer. Although everyone seemed very happy, Icy was obviously a little absent-minded. From time to time, they would turn their eyes to Ling Zan. I have been thinking about the relationship between Ling Zan and Xie in my mind. When the Loki family began to get into the atmosphere of the banquet, the other guests also raised their glasses and drank their wine as if they had just woken up from a dream. On the other side, Icy seemed a little absent-minded. Werewolf Bert also took the initiative to bring up the topic. By the way, Ice. Tell me about what happened to you last time. That matter. That's it. On the way back, a few Minotaur escaped. The last one actually made it to the 5th floor. I was planning to take care of it, but it was taken care of by a new adventurer. What? A new adventurer? Doesn't that mean level 1? Are you trying to say that a level 1 adventurer defeated a level 2 Minotaur? After hearing these words, everyone present expressed their dismay that this was impossible. Are you bragging? Even if you're from Loki's clan, you can't say such big words. Hearing this, Werewolf Bert showed a look of dissatisfaction on his face. Are you kidding me? How could I lie? If you don't believe me, you can ask IC. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on IC. They all cast inquiring glances at him. IC also nodded. Although she answered everyone's questions, her attention was still on Ling Zan. Even with Miss GNG's admission, I still find it hard to believe this is true. This is true. Even that young man is in this tavern. After hearing these words, everyone present lost their composure. What? You said that the genius who challenged the opponent of higher level is in this tavern. Hey, what kind of genius is this? Let us see it. There is no doubt that everyone has a strong interest in the genius who can challenge higher levels. However, the people from Loki's clan who were present discovered Ling Zan's location. However, no one wanted to reveal Ling Zan's location. After all, they were not sure whether Ling Zan was happy to have such a thing exposed. But having said that, S and Werewolf Bert still kept their eyes on Ling Zan. Zaire Froy also raised her eyebrows when she saw this scene. He fixed his gaze on Ling Zan with some curiosity. I noticed that both that man and that sword princess have their attention focused on you. Could it be that the adventurer they were talking about is you? Xie said with some curiosity. After all, this does fit in somewhat. Ling Zan became an adventurer just a few days ago. Although there was no evidence, she still inexplicably felt that Ling Zan was the genius that Loki's family talked about. Ling Zan had nothing to hide from Xie as one of his few friends, so he nodded. Varied. After hearing the affirmative answer, Xie almost let out a surprised sound. However, the next second, Ling Zan covered his mouth with his fingers. Shish, calm down. Xie's sudden intimate action made her a little shy. On the other side, when saw this scene, a big question mark appeared on her head. Could these two really be lovers? For some reason, when the girl thought of this possibility, an emotion that she couldn't even describe surged in her heart. On the other side, Xie also made a winning expression when she saw this scene. As a girl herself, she could keenly perceive that Isis' attention was always on Ling Zan. So this is also an act of demonstrating sovereignty. I have already won. At this moment, the number of people in the museum is decreasing. After all, happy times are always short. Amidst laughter and joy, the group of people from the Loki family also left this place. On the other hand, although IC was very curious about the relationship between the two, in the end she had no chance to talk to Ling Zan. As the number of people decreased, Ling Zan's gaze fell on a young girl. A slender body that seems to be broken at the slightest touch, and pointed ears. Possesses a pair of mesmerizing sky blue eyes. Ling Zan naturally recognized the man's true identity. Lu Liang. A clerk at the tavern, the mistress of plenty, with yellow-green hair and blue eyes. He was once a famous LV.4 adventurer and belonged to the Asteria familia. The information about Lu Liang also came to mind. Because Estrella is the goddess of justice and her family loves fairness and justice, they are hated by many adventurers. Later, they were framed and their family was destroyed. In order to seek revenge, Lu asked Estrella to leave. In the end, his revenge was successful but he was seriously injured. He was found by Xie Froy and taken away for treatment. Finally, he worked in the tavern, the rich hostess. Mr. Ling Zan. Lu greeted them in a serious tone. After witnessing everything that happened just now, Lu Liang thought that Ling Zan and Xie were in a relationship. After some thought, out of love for the whole family, Lu finally made his voice heard. Mr. Ling Zan just became an adventurer not long ago, right? Ling Zan was slightly stunned when he heard this, then nodded. Maybe I'm meddling in other people's business, but as a former adventurer, I can offer you some advice. You can form a team with people who are less powerful than your opponent and complement each other to defeat the enemy. The adventurers of Warario all repeat this method to hone themselves. Hearing this, Ling Zan narrowed his eyes slightly. Form a team. This is a very good suggestion. Ling Zan also had an idea in his mind about the team members. And the first team member is naturally the elf lady in front of us. She was once a member of the Astralia family and a superstar on par with Ice. 5 years ago, his clan was framed and its members were killed. In order to avenge his clan members, he became unscrupulous and was blacklisted by the guild. He hid his identity and did not like to mention the past. It has already reached LV.4, and its ability value has not been updated since then. Its strength and skills are said to be the peak of LV.4. Such a person is perfect to be my teammate. Team, it's a good idea indeed, but Miss Lu was an adventurer before, right? Hearing this, Lu was slightly stunned. Yes, I once called myself an adventurer. What's wrong? I would like to invite Miss Lu to join my team. Hearing such words, Lu was slightly stunned. She had never expected the other party to make such a request. After a moment of distraction, Lu suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Zan with his sky blue eyes. Are you sure you want to invite me to join your team? Even though you know about my past. Lu said this, but Ling Zan did not respond, but the look in his eyes told it all. Seeing this scene, Lu looked at Xie, as if asking something. Xie nodded. Under Xie's gaze, Lu's voice rang out again. My name is on the guild's list of dangerous people. Hearing this, there was no expression of surprise on Ling Zan's face. Then what? Seeing that the other party didn't show any fear at all because of this incident, Lu immediately opened his eyes wide. Aren't you afraid? My status as an adventurer was long ago stripped away, and there was even a time when I was a wanted criminal. I don't have anything to be afraid of. After all, Miss Lu has no reason to harm me. And she must have a reason for doing such a thing, right? Hearing these words, Lu's face showed a complicated expression. The faction I once belonged to was called the Asteria Familia. Under the command of Astralia, the goddess of justice and order, I was quite famous at the time. Our family not only explores the maze, but also takes responsibility for cracking down on those who disrupt the peace of the city. Therefore, there are also many people who oppose us. Lu told his past story in detail with a complicated expression. Of course she wouldn't say that if it were someone else. But the other party is Miss Xie's partner, so she thinks, so naturally he is someone she can trust. One day, our hostile families set a trap in the dungeon, killing all of us except myself. I couldn't even retrieve their bodies. All I could do was bury my companion's belongings on this 18th floor. Then she launched a fierce revenge campaign alone. After telling everything about himself, Lu Liang also spoke gently. I'm sorry for making you hear such irritating words. But after knowing everything about me, I'm sure you'll give up the idea of me joining your team. Lu Liang said this with a wry smile on his face. However, no, Ms. Lu, although I may not be able to compare with your previous companions, I still want to be your new companion and new friend. I wonder if you would like to join my team. Along with these words, Ling Zan also stretched out his hand. Seeing this scene, the sky blue eyes opened wide. She was speechless for a moment, and finally. Really, there's nothing I can do about you. As she spoke, the lines of her lips softened slightly. We've already come to this point, it would be rude to refuse. Lu thought so. But never mind, if she joins, she can also protect Miss Xie's partner in the dungeon. Looking at those arms, Lu hesitated. Then he held it. Oddly enough, because it was a spirit issue, she only allowed the object of identification to touch her skin. Ling Zan obviously gained the recognition of the elf lady and became the third person who could hold Lu without being thrown away. Please give me your guidance in the days ahead. After recruiting Lu to join his team, Ling Zan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving the tavern, Ling Zan began to think about his future path. Now that Lu is on the team, the next person to be added to the team is Lily. But there is definitely no rush now, it's already midnight. It's impossible to find anyone. And if she knew that she had formed a team and there were women in the team, Hestia, who was so jealous, would probably explode again. But it doesn't matter anymore. After spending some time together, Ling Zan, you have understood a little bit and can grasp Hestia's little tricks. But right now, Hestia shouldn't have come back yet, right? Ling Zan thought so. He wanted to take advantage of this period of time to level up a little bit. If you want to do it, do it. Ling Zan's own ability to act is still relatively sufficient. After that, I ran to the dungeon alone. After that, Ling Zan started to kill monsters alone. Late at night, Ling Zan was advancing at a terrifying speed. One monster after another fell to Ling Zan's gunfire. The holy judge of heavenly fire kept reaping the lives of monsters. Soon we arrived at the 6th floor. What appeared before him was a frog monster with a huge body. Seeing such a monster, Ling Zan's mind quickly recalled the information about this monster. This is a monster that only appears on the 6th floor, the frog archer. As the name suggests, it is a frog monster with big eyes. And the means of attack is naturally similar to that of a frog, and it can extend its long tongue to attack. Faced with such a monster, Ling Zan pulled the trigger without hesitation. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the frog monster fell down immediately. At the same time, the sound of parallel machines echoed in his ears. Ding! Detected that the host killed the frog shooter. Kevin template progress increased. Kevin Kazlana template basic. Current progress 20%. Ding! Proficiency is sufficient. Awakening skill. Honkai energy level 1. This sudden voice made Ling Zan slightly stunned. I subconsciously opened this panel and clicked on the Honkai energy skill. Honkai Energy LV1. Skill description. Mana value will not increase, the skill owner will gain Honkai energy value. When casting magic, Honkai energy will be used instead of consumed, and the effect of magic skills will be increased by 50%. When Ling Zan saw the description of this skill, he suddenly became uneasy. This means that your magic value will not grow at all in the future. It doesn't consume any magic power. Instead, it is Honkai energy, and the effects of magic skills released by Honkai energy are increased by 50%. This skill is incredibly powerful. But unfortunately, he doesn't have any magical skills yet. But it doesn't matter, these things will be there later. Then, he opened his panel again. Host. Ling Zan. Family. Hestia family. Level. LV1. Strength. A. 801 plus 200. Endurance. C. 666. Dexterity laughing face 505. Agility. B. 704 plus 100. Magic. H. 101. Honkai Energy. H. 101. Magic. None. Skills. Ice Control. LV1. Fusion Warrior. Human Chimera. Strength bonus LV2. Agility bonus LV1. Collapse Energy LV1. Seeing that he did have an extra amount of Honkai energy, Ling Zan nodded with great satisfaction. It seems the profits this time are quite good, but next I really need to find a way to obtain some magic. Ling Zan thought so. But before that he should go back. If I don't go back, someone who is jealous will probably explode again. That's the truth. Elsewhere, Hestia paced back and forth in the same spot in a hidden room in the church, the headquarters. She crossed her arms over her chest, her brows furrowed, a look of anxiety on her face. The sound of time passing by echoed coldly in the room. If Hestia, as a contractor, could not clearly feel that Ling Zan was fine, she would be worried about whether something had happened to Ling Zan. It was clearly she who asked him to go to dinner alone, but seeing no one to greet him made Hestia even angrier. She jumped onto the bed without even taking a shower, intending to sleep in a fit of anger. However, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, Ling Zan still didn't come back late at night, and she finally felt something was wrong. When I was really planning to go out and look for someone, I finally heard the sound of the door opening. Ling Zan also came back at this time. Where on earth have you been? I thought you were kidnapped by some evil woman. However, having said that, when I, Hestia, saw Ling Zan, my heart was immediately filled with a sense of security. Looking at Ling Zan's body, although he didn't suffer any injuries, it was obvious that he had just returned from the dungeon. You went to the dungeon so late at night. Ling Zan nodded. When Hestia saw Ling Zan's affirmation, she couldn't help but be stunned. Going to the dungeon late at night. This guy really is. But fortunately, it was not what he imagined, or that he was abducted by some bad woman. But you've made me worry all night. It would be unreasonable if you didn't give me some compensation. Hestia also pouted as she spoke. The two ponytails on her head are also ready to go. It seemed that if this guy in front of her didn't give her an explanation, the terrifying twin-tailed attack would fall on Ling Zan. Before the ponytail attack came, Ling Zan's voice also echoed at this time. Then I'll take a day off to play with you. Hearing these words, Hestia's eyes immediately lit up. Is it a date? This is undoubtedly a date. Hestia said excitedly, then hugged Ling Zan tightly, and her greatest tenderness once again overwhelmed Ling Zan. A night has passed since Ling Zan came back. Ling Xuan, you will sleep on the bed later, okay? Hearing Hestia's words, Ling Zan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Before he could react, Hestia's voice continued to echo. Of course, I'll sleep in the same bed with you. This is compensation. I've been running around everywhere looking for you and I'm almost exhausted. You won't have the heart to reject me, right? As she spoke, Hestia showed a malicious smile on her face. Looking at this scene, Ling Zan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then let's go to bed together. Wah! What? Hearing this, Hestia became extremely panicked for a moment. Seeing this scene, Ling Zan also shrugged. Seeing the other party's nonchalant look, Hestia suddenly felt a little unhappy. She originally thought that if she said that, she would get some cute reaction from Ling Zan. But now it seems that I am the one who is panicking. How dare Ling Zan, a mere cricket, be so arrogant? At this moment, Hestia thought with gritted teeth. Ling Zan looked at Hestia's blushing face with interest. Naturally, there was no conversation that night after that. Although the two of them did sleep in the same bed tonight. But nothing happened. If there was anything that happened, it was that Hestia held Ling Zan tightly all night, which made Ling Zan feel a little uncomfortable. After all, Ling Zan, who had just returned from the dungeon, naturally had no energy to think about other things. Hestia was also very tired from looking for Ling Zan. The extreme fatigue made the two people have no mind to do anything else. After a night passed, the two people updated their ability values as usual. Hestia sat on Ling Zan's back as usual. Looking at the ability value that appeared behind Ling Zan. Too fast. A hint of worry also appeared in Hestia's eyes. As for how Unwei progressed, she actually only knew what she heard and didn't know any details. After all, he didn't have any family before Ling Zan, and this was the first person she bestowed God's grace on. Although I really don't know the knowledge of adventurers. But in her memory, no one could be like Ling Zan. Too fast. The rate of increase in proficiency is simply abnormal. This is no longer just a scale of growth, but a leap. No matter which adventurer, no one's growth rate can be compared with Ling Zan. This anomaly made Hestia both happy and a little worried. It seems that I should really think about it and ask others. As Hestia thought about it, she quickly found what she wanted in the drawer. It was an invitation to some kind of gathering, and it said, Ganesha hosts a banquet for the gods. At such a banquet of gods, perhaps we can get some information from other gods. On the other side, Ling Zan also started to go to the dungeon to level up. But before that, he did not forget Lu, who had just joined his team yesterday. When Xie saw Ling Zan just now, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Good morning, Lingshuan. Ling Zan nodded. Are you going to the dungeon? Ryu is ready. As soon as these words fell, light footsteps were heard from the side, followed by a slender figure wearing a green hooded cloak. The hooded cloak reached to the waist, but was not long enough to cover the entire body. You can vaguely see that the other person is wearing shorts and long boots that cover half of her thighs, outlining the lines of her slender and fragile legs. At the hem of the cloak, one can vaguely see the long wooden sword worn at the waist and two small swords. Wearing an adventurer's combat suit, she came to Ling Zan with her eyes lowered, and her eyes revealed from under her hood were a clear sky blue. Only then was Ling Zan able to see her face under her hood. Looking at this scene, Ling Zan couldn't help but sigh. You've completely changed, Ms. Lu. You look like one of those thieves in adventure stories. Hearing this, Lu's face also showed a serious expression. Even if Mr. Ling Zan compared elves to worthless thieves, even I would be angry, okay. Sorry, but I do feel like an elf ranger. Looking at Lu, who was already in disguise, Ling Zan was not surprised at all. After all, Lu is on the guild's dangerous person list, and if he showed his true face, he would be easily recognized. After a brief discussion, Xie seemed to remember something. The hands snapped. By the way, wait here for a moment. As soon as these words fell, Xie also ran to the kitchen immediately. After a while, Xie came to Ling Zan with a larger basket. Today's meal is prepared by our chef, and it's guaranteed to be delicious. But, well, I've already eaten a little. Ling Zan, who had already known Xie's character for a long time, was not overly polite. Excuse me. I'll take it then. When Xie saw this scene, a steady smile appeared on her face. Then, Lu, I'll leave Ling Zan to you. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will never let anything happen to Mr. Ling Zan. Accompanied by these words fell. Ling Zan and Lu also went to the underground city immediately. Soon, the two arrived at the Tower of Babel. The spiral staircase in the large cave connecting to the dungeon is also crowded with adventurers. Lu looked at Ling Zan, who was walking leisurely in front of him, and couldn't help but ask softly. By the way, Mr. Ling Zan, are you going to enter the dungeon without wearing any protective gear? Hearing this, Ling Zan also turned around. He said it nonchalantly. After all, I've only just become an adventurer. How can I possibly prepare my armor? And I believe that with Lu here, nothing will happen to me, right? Hearing this, Lu nodded, and finally understood why Ling Zan did not prepare any protective gear. Yes, I will protect Mr. Ling Zan. The 13th floor of the underground maze. The monsters' ferocious roars immediately turned into wails. After a few roars, there were continuous death screams. Right now, the entire dungeon was undergoing a one-sided offensive. Batch after batch of monsters fell at an extraordinary speed. Ling Zan often only pulls the trigger between 1 or 2 movements. The hellhound or horned rabbit that was still grinning at the last moment was killed by Ling Zan's attack the next moment. The Cerberus, a dog monster that shoots magical fire from its mouth, is one of the weaker monsters in the middle level, but its fire has caused so many deaths that wearing salamander wool is a necessity for most adventurers exploring the cave maze. Even a leveled-up adventurer would likely be reduced to ash if attacked directly. It also has an unusually high resistance to fire magic. However, he was helpless against the attack of the Holy Judge of Heavenly Fire. The unicorn is also a monster from the 13th floor. It was a rabbit monster with white fur and horns. Contrary to its cute appearance, it loves to fight and is one of the weakest monsters in the middle tier. A level 1 adventurer can resist a single monster, but when it is together as a group, it is classified as a level 2 monster. At this moment, the combined forces of these two monsters also fell one after another under the attack of the holy judgment of heavenly fire. That's right. The villains who teamed up for the first time have already demonstrated a relatively high level of tacit understanding. In just a few hours, they had broken through the upper level and reached the middle level. Although Ling Zan himself can do such a thing. But after Lu joined, this process was undoubtedly greatly accelerated. Ryu's strength in the upper zone is a foul. It is too easy for a LV 4 inches second level adventurer to clear the upper area. Often, before Ling Zan's battle was over, Lu had already cleared out all the enemies around him, and then waited quietly by the side for Ling Zan to finish. This is the absolute difference in level. Let me briefly talk about Orario's adventure level system. In Orario, level 1 adventurers are also called lower level adventurers, and their number accounts for more than half of the total number of adventurers. If there is no strong person to lead them, the area above the 12th floor is their absolute activity area, and anyone who dares to step below the 12th floor is seeking death. Adventurers of level 2 and above are collectively referred to as senior adventurers. After completing great deeds and upgrading from the level 1 stage, their strength will undergo earth-shaking changes. Among them, level 2 is classified as a third-level adventurer. Level 3 and 4 are classified as second-level adventurers. Level 5 and above are first-level adventurers. Each level is an insurmountable barrier that has blocked countless adventurers. In fact, at this moment, Lu is also confused. She had never expected that Ling Zan actually possessed such strength. With this kind of strength, there is no problem at all in reaching the middle level alone. Even without her, Ling Zan would have been able to successfully reach here by himself. She was originally thinking about protecting Ling Zan well in the dungeon. Now it seems that the other party does not need her to protect him too much. So she just stood by to support Ling Zan. Surrounded by dozens of monsters, Ling Zan used the Sky Fire Beast to continuously reap the monsters' lives. Under the roar, batch after batch of monsters exploded and fell to the ground. Ooh! The Hellhound, standing at the edge of the battlefield and wanting to launch a sneak attack with a long-range attack, would be killed by the nearby Ryu before it could show its intention and take any action. Ling Zan broke through head-on, while Lu cleared the surrounding enemies beside him. Roar! Just at this time, not far away, the Hellhound roared. Perhaps because of the difference in strength between the two sides, the ground hound was finally forced into a corner. It raised its lower body and lowered its upper body, and began to accumulate flames at close range. In just 2 seconds, large sparks burst out from the gap in the mouth where the fangs were exposed, and exploded towards Ling Zan at close range. Looking at this scene, Ling Zan narrowed his eyes slightly. Wow! This is the first time I've seen someone so brave, daring to play with fire in front of someone like Kevin. Isn't this just like waving a sword in front of Guangdong's gate? Without even looking at it, he gently pulled the trigger of the heavenly fire judge in his hand. Immediately, the holy judge of heavenly fire in his hand emitted a terrifying flame. Facing these monsters, I don't need any armor for the time being. Seeing that all the monsters around him had been cleared away, Ling Zan said calmly. Next to him, Lu, who had dealt with the surrounding monsters, slowly walked over. He couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this. After all, most people don't have weapons like you, nor do they have terrifying abilities. Along the way, the strength displayed by Ling Zan was completely beyond her imagination. This kind of strength even made her doubt whether Ling Zan was really a level 1 adventurer. I really doubt it now, Mr. Ling Zan, are you really a level 1 adventurer? Let's not talk about the equipment that can spit out flames for now. After all, as a member of Hestia's family, perhaps Hestia specially prepared high-level weapons for him. But during this journey, Ling Zan had demonstrated his fighting qualities and experience. This is simply not an ability that a newcomer can explain. Even the strength displayed by a level 2 adventurer may not be as terrifying as that displayed by Ling Zan. Combined with the twin guns that can shoot flames, it is entirely possible to fight against a level 3 adventurer. A LV1 adventurer can pose a threat to a LV3 adventurer. If I tell this to others, who would believe it? If there wasn't a mask that could be pulled up to cover it slightly, Lu was worried that he would not be able to maintain the cold expression he had always maintained. Yes, absolutely. Excuse me, how many days have you been an adventurer? Less than 10 days. Hearing such words, Lu couldn't help but be stunned. In less than 10 days, you've grown to this point. Mr. Ling Zan, what kind of monster are you? At this moment, Lu didn't know what to say. This guy is so infuriating. If this were to be told to others, who would believe that Ling Zan had only been an adventurer for less than 10 days? Even Lu couldn't help but sigh that Ling Zan's growth could no longer be described as genius. This is simply a monster. Orario has a natural treasure trove of dungeons, which attracts more adventurers than other cities. Correspondingly, the arrival of adventurers has also brought huge popularity to this metropolis. The hottest city in the world, this is the best compliment that adventurers give to Orario. As gods who are tired of the boring life in heaven, it is natural for them to gather in this city to have fun. The gods sealed their divine power and came to the earth. They vowed not to affect anything on the earth. All economic sources of enjoyment need to be provided by their clans, and they only need to sit back and enjoy the achievements. Among the many gods, Ganesha is the god who likes to watch banquets the most. The largest coliseum in Orario is managed by members of this clan. Hey, man, how long has it been since we last met? Hundreds of years, right? I just saw you last week. The gods attend banquets to consolidate their personal networks, make new friends, or discuss joint exploration of dungeons with their families. All in all, the so-called freight is not just for eating food. Of course, there are always exceptions. For example, Hestia. While the other gods were greeting each other, Hestia had already squatted on a chair and started eating heartily. Although since she used the clan, Ling Zan has been very supportive and allowed her to live a life that can be said to be like a wealthy woman. But she would definitely not miss this opportunity to eat for free. In short, they didn't really come to eat the food at the banquet. What a waste, what a waste. There's so much food, I'm sure we won't be able to finish it later. It's better to pack it up and take it home. Even though Ling Zan has enough ability to support 2 people now. But Hestia's habits will not change. At this moment, Hestia was wondering whether to pack the things in a bag and take them back to Ling Zan. If Ling Zan knew about this, he would probably only be able to sigh helplessly. She really did it, I cried to death. Just as Hestia was eating heartily, a god appeared beside Hestia. Really? I never thought you'd come to this party. But please be a little more careful with your eating manners. No one here will snatch food from you. The god who made the sound was a red-haired woman with a patch covering her right eye. This is none other than Hestia's few close friends, the god of fire Hephaestus. Even in the heavens, she is considered a forging master who is second to none, and the weapons forged by her clan members are highly sought after by adventurers. Hephaestus. Well, I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect you to come to this banquet. Is it because of your family? Hephaestus said curiously that perhaps only her family could change the nature of this life. And when Hestia saw Hephaestus, her eyes immediately lit up. Hephaestus, you've come just in time. I have a. The words have not yet completely fallen. There were cheers from the side. It turned out that a beautiful girl wearing gold embroidery clothes was slowly walking down from upstairs, with long silver hair falling to her hips. The charming girl made everyone present open their eyes wide. She has a perfect golden ratio figure and unparalleled appearance. It can even be said that the words, stunning beauty, were created for her. And this person is none other than the goddess of beauty Freya. Hestia was also immediately startled when faced with this sudden appearance. Freya. Faced with this smile that could captivate everyone, Hestia could not muster any favorable impression. On the one hand, it was because Hestia knew very well what kind of personality this goddess of beauty had. If you make friends with this guy, you will be schemed against badly. On the other hand, for some unknown reason, I just don't like the woman in front of me. It felt like this guy wanted to steal something from me. Some intuition told her to be careful of Freya. Otherwise, you will lose something important. With this thought in mind, Hestia hid behind Hephaestus. Good evening. I just saw you guys chatting here, so I came over to check on you. I hope I didn't disturb you. Freya didn't care about Hestia's evasion and smiled and passed over the topic. Hearing this, Hephaestus shook his head. That won't happen. As a goddess, she doesn't think her charm is inferior to the other party. After all, gods are basically perfect in appearance. That's great. I thought Hestia would hate me for coming here so hastily. Freya said this, put the wine glass to her lips, opened her red lips slightly, and drank the wine in one gulp. I'm not that annoying, compared to you. Hestia curled her lips. There's another guy here who I hate even more. Along with this, words should have just fallen. Another god appeared next to the crowd. She was a being whose appearance was in no way inferior to the three goddesses. However, a slight drawback is her slightly flat front armor. That's right, this newly appeared goddess, Loki. Loki is an ordinary goddess whose figure can be seen from head to toe at a glance. Fei, Freya, and the shorty. Loki ran up to the three of them, but the last name made Hestia grit her teeth. As expected, she and this guy were not compatible. At this moment, Loki also looked at Hestia with curiosity. I heard that you recently recruited a family member. I heard his name is Ling Zan, right? Speaking of Ling Zan, Hestia immediately became excited. Yes, my Ling Zan is the best adventurer. Hestia said with pride. At this moment, Loki said something that was enough to make Hestia explode. I don't know what kind of love potion your Ling Zan gave my IC. My family's family members want that little guy to join our family. Hearing this, Hestia immediately opened her eyes wide. What did you say? At this moment, Hestia also showed the look of a tiger protecting its food. Ling Zan is my family. No matter what conditions you put forward, I will not give it to you. On the other side, although Freya remained calm on the surface, she secretly memorized the name in her heart and tried to obtain more valuable information from the conversation between the two. And the meeting of four goddesses, oh right. It could be said that the meeting between Hestia and Loki excited the gods who were watching the show. Women fighting is the most interesting thing, especially Loki and Hestia, which is a regular feature of banquets. While the goddesses were scheming against each other, Ling Zan and Lu were walking alone in the maze. On the other side, Lingxuan and Lu continued to advance in the underground maze. What is it like to walk alone in a maze with a beautiful elf girl late at night or even in the early morning? Ling Zan can answer this question responsibly. Very tired. Yes, it's tiring, in every sense of the word. Right now. In the chat group, the group members were slightly stunned when they saw the message Ling Zan had just sent. Ling Zan, what's it like walking in a maze with elves? Picture. Click on a picture like this and you can clearly see the scene of the underground maze. Gray rocks were rolling everywhere, and the surrounding walls, floors, and ceilings were all made of bedrock, with a slightly humid air floating around. Izayoi Sakamaki. In the adventurer's underground labyrinth, there are actually natural caves like this, and even elves. The adventurer's world is indeed rich and colorful. I also have a strong interest in worlds like yours. Ling Zan. This isn't some natural cave on the mountainside. The underground city's terrain changes dramatically with each floor area. That's right, the terrain of the dungeon will change. From the first floor directly connected to the surface, which features a standard maze structure, to various other structures such as forests, lakes, and wilderness, the floors present a small world that is hard to imagine being underground. The further down you go, the more obvious the changes in the natural environment become. Watching Ling Zan's introduction, everyone in the group nodded. Alicia, a man and a woman alone together at night, and in a dungeon. It feels a bit strange. Could it be that you and that elf lady are a couple? Branya. Elves. I'm suddenly curious about what elves look like. But the world of adventurers still makes Branya curious. Izayoi Sakamaki. According to the storyline, the dungeon would be more dangerous at night, and judging by the terrain, there's a good chance some large monsters are hiding there. Hearing this, Ling Zan nodded. Ling Zan and Lu are now advancing in the cave. Ahead is a single rocky road that extends all the way into the depths. Although the road stretches straight ahead, there is no end in sight. In addition, there are longitudinal caves in the corners of the walls that look like wells. It seems that the trap hole connecting to the lower floor is used to trap and kill careless adventurers. Coupled with the dim phosphorescence and the low roars of monsters echoing from time to time in the cave, it makes people feel depressed. However, neither Ling Zan nor Lu cared about it. After all, with their strength, the monsters on this floor cannot threaten them. It is worth mentioning that the monsters in the middle layer are different from those in the upper layer. Not only have the values undergone earth-shaking changes, but the attack methods have also undergone considerable changes. Monsters born from here will have the ability to attack from a distance. Some monsters now also use magical fire. From here on, these monsters can cause damage to adventurers that cannot be underestimated. For example, the hellhound that will appear on this floor. As a dog-like monster, it can spit out extremely powerful flames. That kind of flame can easily melt any armor. But, this kind of flame is not enough for Ling Zan. It would be better to say that this level of fire was just like taking a hot spring bath to him. When Ling Zan saw those hellhounds spitting fire, he didn't even try to hide. Kevin template, always the best. Who? After easily dealing with the hellhound in front of him, another roar came from deep in the tunnel. Immediately afterwards, a crystal mantis rushed out from the depths of the passage with a violent spinning sound. Looking at the monster that appeared in front of him, Ling Zan suddenly recalled the characteristics of this monster. It was a mantis monster with a body made of crystal. Its crystal body makes it the most difficult monster on the middle floors where magic attacks are effective. It is rarely found, but more often appears on the 15th floor, attracted by crystals and beautiful minerals. I didn't expect to encounter such rare crystal mantises here. Looking at the monster that appeared in front of him, Ling Zan suddenly recalled the characteristics of this monster. Facing the rapidly approaching crystal mantis, Ling Zan faced it head-on without even the slightest thought of dodging. This kind of monster is just a moving target to him now. Thinking of this, Ling Zan simply raised the holy judgment of heavenly fire in his hand. Gently push the board to follow Ling Zan's will. A fire dragon immediately merged with the oncoming crystal mantis with a long tail of flame. Boom. The next moment, pure white flashes flooded the entire field of vision and exploded in all directions, accompanied by a violent roar like the roar of a giant beast. A well-deserved bang. In just a moment, the terrifying flames brought a powerful shock wave that ravaged the entire cave, and rubble fell from the ceiling of the floors, making a wailing sound. As a character that faced this attack head-on, Crystal Mantis didn't even have a trace left. From the center of the explosion, only a little blue smoke and a few sparks flew in the air. No matter how you look at it, this weapon is really unfair, Mr. Ling Zan. The power it generates is comparable to magic. No, even those magic spells may not have such great power. Lu looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh. Ling Zan nodded without commenting on Lu's sentiment. It's actually not bad. To be honest, up to now, he still highly recognizes the power of this weapon. The violent explosion and high temperature produced the instant after hitting the target were exactly the kind of scenes that would be caused by an explosion, and the power was so powerful that it was heart-pounding. Should we say it is worthy of being called the divine key, made from the Hersher core of the seventh Hersher of flame from the pre-civilization era. The heavenly fire holy judge, even in dual gun form, already possesses such powerful destructive power. Now he is looking forward to the power of the Skyfire Greatsword in the destruction form. Think about it carefully, using the Skyfire Greatsword to kill monsters will cause enormous destructive power with one strike. Just thinking about it makes me excited and refreshed. After killing countless waves of monsters, Ling Zan and Lu also arrived at the end of the floor. Compared to other places, after all the monsters are cleared out, it can be considered a safe area. After a brief discussion, the two decided to take a short rest here and then return the same way. After all, after several hours of continuous travel and fighting, one is more or less tired. Most importantly, the two of them did not bring enough food to allow them to adventure in this underground maze for too long. In fact, in terms of area alone, the underground maze is actually larger than you can imagine. Even if a first-level adventurer wanted to travel back and forth between the depths of the underground labyrinth and the surface, it would take several days to do so. Therefore, starting from the middle level, you need to grasp the rhythm and adjust your own state when exploring the underground maze. Otherwise, if you allow a little bit of fatigue to accumulate, it will eventually turn into an unbearable burden and reveal its hideousness to the adventurer. After some thought, Ling Zan decided to rest on the spot and return the same way. As for the deeper floors, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. During the break, Lu hesitated several times to speak. Seeing this scene, Ling Zan was also very curious. After the two of them cleared out all the monsters around them, Ling Zan naturally became less wary. If you don't mind, how about sitting next to me? Lu also looked at Mr. Ling Zan with a very complicated expression. It's really quite amazing. Mr. Ling Zan. During this day's interaction, Lu had to admit that Ling Zan was indeed a very special person. Not only is he incredibly powerful, he is also extremely cautious. Even though he had only been an adventurer for a few days, he was able to reveal information about almost all kinds of monsters. Even his strength is monstrous. Originally, one of the reasons why Lu joined this team was to protect Ling Zan. Now it seems that she is protecting nothing. Which adventurer has such strength when he first becomes an adventurer? There are also two twin guns that can spit out flames and cause terrifying damage. Lu is somewhat numb. Is she out of touch with the times? Ling Zan, who was standing next to him, seemed to have noticed Lu's worries and asked curiously. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing these words, Lu's face showed a complicated expression. No. That's not the question, Mr. Ling Zan. Your special behavior is really that, very special. Ling Zan's specialness made her not know where to start. This day's adventure made her think back to the past. At the same time, I also got to know Ling Zan better. At this moment, Lu seemed to remember something. At this moment, Ling Zan's voice echoed again. Mr. Ling Zan, if there is a chance in the future, I hope Mr. Ling Zan can give me some time to go to the safe area on the 18th floor. Hearing this, Ling Zan was also slightly stunned. Seeing Ling Zan's somewhat dazed look, Lu also showed a disappointed expression. If it bothers you, then that's fine. However, the next second, Ling Zan's voice echoed. Yeah, sure. The 18th floor, huh? Of course, you can stop by and take a look. When he heard this request, he could already guess what Lu was going to do. Knowing the reason, he naturally would not refuse. What's more, they will definitely reach the 18th floor later. It wouldn't be a big deal to stop by and it could even be used as a place to rest. By the way, you can also improve Lu's favorability. This is a business that is sure to make money. Lu didn't know what Ling Zan was thinking, and at this moment she looked at Ling Zan in surprise. After exchanging a glance with Ling Zan, Lu felt as if his thoughts had been seen through. As expected, Mr. Ling Zan is very special. The two of them chatted while resting. They continued to rest there for a while, until the roars of the monsters echoed in the cave again, and then they both got up from the ground. Looks like our break is over. Lu listened to the echoing growl and subconsciously took a defensive stance, his hand already on his weapon. Ah, indeed. Then let's go back to the ground. Next time we come back, we should bring more food so that it will be more convenient for us to continue exploring. By the time the two returned to the ground, it was already dawn. There is only one entrance and exit to the dungeon, and there are vaguely some adventurers at that entrance and exit. Just as the two people walked out of the dungeon, they saw a huge box. Just like a cargo box. No, a monster's roar came from it. I saw Ling Zan's attention was focused on the cargo box. Lu also explained. Mr. Ling Zan just became an adventurer not long ago, right? So you might not know much about some things. This is a monster prepared for the monster festival. Speaking of this, Ling Zan immediately recalled. It turns out that the time has come. The so-called monster festival is actually an event held by Ganesha. It is one of the few carnivals in the whole of Orly. Ling Zan recalled the memories of the monster festival in his mind. If nothing unexpected happens, Freya will probably do something weird again. If he remembered correctly, on the day of the monster festival, Freya caused trouble and released the monsters in the monster festival, which caused quite a bit of chaos. However, Ling Zan doesn't really care about this matter. After all, for him, these low-level monsters are just one bullet to kill one kid. Thinking of this, Ling Zan also began to look forward to the arrival of the monster festival. After sending Lu back to the tavern, Ling Zan returned to the hidden room in the church. As he expected, Hestia had not returned. System, open the panel. Host, Ling Zan. Family, Hestia family. Level, LV1. Strength, S, 901 plus 200. Endurance, A, 821. Dexterity, B, 733. Agility, A, 804 plus 100. Magic, H, 101. Honkai Energy, C, 606. Magic. None. Skills. Ice Control. LV1. Fusion Warrior. Human Chimera. Strength bonus LV2. Agility bonus LV1. Collapse Energy LV1. Looking at his panel, Ling Zan nodded with great satisfaction. It seems that the harvest this time is not bad. At this moment, a cold system voice came to my ears. Ding. Host simulation progress increased by 5%. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Danmachi. I, Kevin, joined a multiverse chat group. Part 2. Kevin Kazlana Template Basic. Current progress, 30%. Ding. Because the host simulation progress has reached a certain level, the chat group has been upgraded. Ding. Welcome Kiana to the group chat. Ding. Welcome Yejinko to join the group chat. Ding. Welcome Naruto to the group chat. Ding. Welcome Kafka to the group chat. Ding. Because the group size has reached a certain level, the video system is now unlocked. Looking at this scene, a hint of curiosity flashed in Ling Zan's eyes. Soon, I figured out what this so-called video system was. That means you can record everything in your world into a video and send it to the group chat. It's a small sharing platform. Thinking so, Ling Zan opened the group chat. If nothing unexpected happens, the group would be in an uproar by now. There were actually new group members joining during this period. This is indeed the case. People from all over the world were slightly stunned when they heard this sudden mechanical sound. Immediately afterwards, frantic inquiries began throughout the group chat. Kiana, what the hell is this group chat? Wait, Branya, why are you in this group chat? Branya, this stupid Kiana actually joined this group chat. Kiana, who are you calling an idiot? I'm the strongest Valkyrie, but what on earth is this chat group? Shorty, are you sure you don't want to give me an explanation? Naruto, chat group, something mysterious, but it doesn't look like it's edible. Yejinko, chat group, could this be another mess caused by another statement? Kafka, what is this? I smell a conspiracy. Izuyoi Sakamaki, interesting, a new member has joined the group. But there's no conspiracy behind this group, it's just an ordinary sharing group. If there's anything special about it, it's that the members are all from different worlds. Kiana, Naruto, people from another world. Do you know ninjutsu? Do you have delicious ramen? Kafka, are you sure this isn't some cheesy little thing some freshman made? Ling Zan looked at the chat content in the group and could only say that it was unexpected but reasonable. After all, if other people were inexplicably pulled into a group chat, and it was said that the people in it were from various worlds, normal people would have a little doubt. After a brief explanation, Ling Zan no longer paid attention to the chat group. Now he has to think about his future. Now that Lu has joined his team, he can continue to recruit some powerful people. In the later plot, the monster festival is about to begin. Ling Zan was not very worried about those so-called monsters. But Freya. This is the biggest variable. Now I have replaced Belle's position, which means that the goddess has set her eyes on me. Now that the plot has changed to a certain extent, even he doesn't know what kind of trouble Freya will cause. Thinking of this, Ling Zan quickly considered his next plan. One is to continue adventuring in the dungeon, gain template progress, and improve your own strength. On the other hand, we must actively attract powerful guys to join our team. But before that, you still have to sacrifice the monster first. The next day, Ling Zan also went out early. Because of the monster festival, the whole city has become lively. Watching the large number of adventurers walking in groups in the city, as well as various vendors, Ling Zan couldn't help but sigh. Apparently, the monster festival is coming, which is why it's so noisy so early in the morning. Thinking of this, Ling Zan had no plans to go on an adventure in the dungeon today. After all, you also need to know how to balance work and rest. It would be a bit foolish to level up during such a great festival. And he was also well aware that there would be riots during this monster festival. I hope that goddess will be gentler. We soon arrived at the tavern. Saw the familiar elf girl. Good morning, Lu. Good morning, Mr. Lingshuan. After the two exchanged a few simple greetings, Where's Zaire? Ling Zan asked curiously. Looking at the environment of the entire city, with the arrival of the monster season. Lu seemed to be having trouble speaking. At this moment, the cat lady next to her made her own voice. Ryujin, stupid meow. Xie was lazy and didn't go to the store to go to the festival, and she also forgot to bring her wallet. Hearing this, Ling Zan nodded. I see. Then where's her wallet? I'll give it to her for you, if there's a chance. That's really great. As soon as these words fell, a money purse appeared in front of Ling Zan. It was a cloth bag-shaped, beaded clasp, frogmouth wallet. A rare emblem discreetly engraved on it indicated it was a product of a commercial family. It was a small and lovely purple purse. Speaking of which, Ryu, today is a festival day, aren't you going to come out and play? Hearing this, Lu was slightly stunned, then shook his head. The next second, Ling Zan grabbed his arm. It's not good to be so dull at such a wonderful festival. You should go out and have some fun. It would be better if you could hand that wallet to Seal yourself. As soon as these words fell, Ling Zan grabbed Lu and took Lu out to play with an irrefutable momentum. And so, a date between two people began. Obviously, this date is not going to go smoothly. At this moment, the avenue was bustling with activity and filled with the sounds of joy and excitement. It's just past 9 in the morning. It happened to be the time when many adventurers entered the dungeon. Here, East Street is crowded with ordinary people and bustling with activity. Countless stalls are lined up in the middle or on the side of the road, emitting the warm aroma or sizzling sounds of barbecue. The entire road was decorated with ribbons and beautiful flowers, adding a touch of splendor compared to usual. Above the streets, there are colorful flags strung through thin ropes, fluttering in the wind. The flags have two designs, a ferocious lion silhouette representing a monster, and an elephant head emblem representing the Ganesha clan. In this atmosphere, people in the city are also motivated. The blushing orc child kept pulling at his mother's hand, and the footsteps of the crowd seemed particularly excited. The sunlight in the sky was bright and dazzling, as if celebrating this day. At this time, East Street was filled with festive atmosphere. Lu looked at the scene in front of him and a rare smile appeared on his face. Lu seemed to be in a good mood. Ling Zan also nodded with satisfaction. The two of them were walking around and looking for Xie. However, Ling Zan was also very clear that he probably wouldn't be able to see Xie today. No, or rather, I can only see Xie's big size. Just as Ling Zan was thinking this, the expression on Lu's face attracted Ling Zan's attention. At this moment, Lu's eyes stayed on the croquettes. Although he remained calm on his face, Ling Zan could still see the desire revealed in that moment. Then, wait for me here for a moment. Okay. A look of confusion appeared on Lu's face. Ling Zan left here quickly, and then reappeared in front of her after a while. What? At this moment, Ling Zan brought the crepe to Lu's mouth and made a feeding gesture. This sudden action made Lu slightly stunned. Subconsciously, he licked the food near his mouth. Then, as if she had half realized what was happening, a blush appeared on her face. Ah, what am I doing? This is clearly Miss Xie's partner. How can you do this kind of intimate action that only a partner can do? Looking at the hesitant look on the elf girl's face, Ling Zan naturally understood. But he still pretended not to understand. What's wrong? Don't you like it? No. That's not the case. Does it mean you hate me? No, how could such a thing happen? At this moment, Lu's face inevitably showed a wavering expression. Under Ling Zan's urging, Lu could only slowly close his eyes and take a bite of the crepe that was placed beside his mouth. The crepes, which were not very big, were quickly eaten up. However, the cream filling squeezed out of the pie crust stained Lu's cheek. With white cream on her cheeks, Ryu exudes a unique charm. Ling Zan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then used his fingers to wipe the cream off Lu's cheek. This sudden intimate action once again made Lu's brain stop working. Mr. Ling Zan, there's cream on your cheek, I'm just wiping it off for you. Just spreading butter. Lu thought about this and took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Soon, his face regained its previous calmness. Then let's continue walking around. I wonder where Xie is. Maybe we can find her if we keep walking around. In this way, the boy and the elf girl continued to shuttle among the crowd. Soon, another figure appeared in Ling Zan's eyes. That is, Ling Zan's gaze stopped on a figure. And that figure also noticed Ling Zan at the same time. Hey, Ling Zan. That's right, the owner of the voice was undoubtedly Hestia, who had just left the banquet of the gods. The moment she saw Ling Zan, Hestia immediately separated herself from the crowd around her. In just a moment, he arrived in front of the two people. Lady Hestia, Lu said with some surprise. Naturally, she could recognize Hestia. Hestia, I didn't expect you to be here. Ling Zan also said with great emotion. Of course, because I want to see you, so you will appear in front of me. Hestia said with a smug look on her face. It even straightened up its large and soft penis, which was enough to make Loki envious. But the next second, Hestia's face immediately returned to normal. His gaze stayed on Lu. This elf lady is, if I remember correctly, she should be an employee of the Mistress of Plenty. As he spoke, for some reason, a sour smell gradually filled the air. When Ling Zan saw this scene, he explained it slowly. Ryu, one of my team members. Ling Zan, you formed a team, how come I didn't know about this? Just formed it 2 days ago. At this moment, Hestia relaxed a little when she heard this. After looking Lu up and down, to be honest, I feel that this girl has a good appearance and figure. Should I say she is worthy of being an elf? But having said that, Hestia became even more worried. You used to be my Ling Zan's employee, and now you're his teammate. You wouldn't use your position to get close to Ling Zan, would you? This is my Ling Zan. You can't have any improper intentions. Hestia said this, emphasizing the word, my home. Hearing this, Lu remained calm. No, that's obviously not going to happen. Lu wanted to say this, but suddenly recalled the scene just now. Suddenly I was a little unsure. But soon, he regained his composure. As Xie's partner, isn't it normal that she has a better relationship with Mr. Lingxuan? There shouldn't be any problem, right? Looking at Lu in front of her, Hestia, as a god. Naturally, one can also judge the truthfulness of a person's words. What Lu said was indeed true, at least now she had no intentions towards Ling Zan. Although it was short, Hestia still noticed the slight hesitation just now. In other words, there are no plans now, but that may not be the case in the future. Thinking of this, Hestia clenched her hands. Although the hostility on her face had disappeared, there was still a hint of vigilance in her eyes. It seems that I have to keep an eye on Ling Zan from now on. The women out there are too scary, and each of them wants to hit on Ling Zan. Even if you don't have any special ideas now, you will have them in the future. As expected, we still have to keep an eye on Ling Zan. And Lu also noticed it keenly when he saw Hestia protecting her food like this. It seems that this great god has taken a fancy to Mr. Ling Zan. But if you think about it carefully, it is true that Mr. Ling Zan is a very special person, and it is normal for him to attract the attention of gods. After that, Hestia also joined the team of Ling Zan and Lu. Thus, a lineup of 1 man and 2 women appeared on the busy street. After wandering around the area for a while, the 3 of them arrived at the amphitheater in the eastern part of the city. A huge crowd of spectators gathered here. Everyone is looking forward to today's main event, the Monster Festival. Among this crowd, Ling Zan also noticed a familiar figure. The person who appeared in front of the 3 people was undoubtedly Agina. The Monster Festival is a grand festival, and guild staff like Agina are assigned to work in various areas of the arena. Her assigned job is to guide and manage the audience around her to enter in an orderly manner, and to be ready to provide assistance at any time. The Monster Festival wasn't just a whim of the gods. While the event was hosted by the Ganesha Familia, who had agreed to assist, the initiative itself was ultimately initiated by the guild. And Aina quickly discovered the figures of Ling Zan and Lu. Ling Zan. Ling Zan nodded. Good morning, Agina. Seeing the 2 people greeting each other, Lu looked at Aina with a bit of curiosity. She naturally realized that the girl in front of her was a hybrid of human and elf. On the other side, Hestia became jealous again when she saw this scene. And when Aina saw this man, a bitter smile appeared on my face. My name is Agina Zul. I'm a staff member in the Guild Affairs Department. I have the honor of serving as Ling Zan's maze exploration consultant. Hello, it's our first meeting. Goddess Hestia. Ah, that's what happened. Ling Zan is usually taken care of by you. After the people present briefly introduced themselves, Lu looked at Aina with curiosity. Did you see a human girl who didn't seem to have any money? Are you looking for someone? Unfortunately, I didn't see anyone. Then let's go around here again. Maybe we can just pass her by. On the other side, there is a large room in the basement. Freya came here. He looked at the cages in front of him with great interest. Inside them, there were many monsters tied with chains, and the sound of metal friction could be heard frequently. The dog-like monster stuck its nose into the narrow gap between the iron bars and growled while baring its teeth. The person lying on the ground is the person in charge. I'm sorry. As soon as these words fell, Freya left the woman sitting on the ground and walked into the back of the room. In this short period of time, she successfully invaded here. Although there are guild staff who monitor the West Gate, as well as adventurers from the Ganesha family who are famous for their bravery. But Freya is the goddess of beauty after all. Although it is said that gods cannot use their power in this world. But the goddess of beauty is a little different from other gods. Possessing an abnormal degree of beauty. No, she herself is the epitome of beauty. This is a force that cannot be controlled by reason. Not only humans and demihumans, but even the gods themselves could not withstand this overwhelming dominance. As long as she has the will, she can drive anyone into the abyss of self-forgetfulness. With this power, she successfully invaded here. Looking around, there were several large and small cages containing monsters. The captured monster was probably in an excited state, roaring at Freya from all directions. However, when she took off the hood of her jumpsuit, the deafening roar stopped immediately. Obviously, the beauty of the goddess is completely irresistible even to monsters. After careful selection, Freya also stood in front of the silverback wolf. I'll choose you. In addition, there were 12 more monsters released. On the other side, Ling Zan and his group were still strolling around. At this moment, an extremely sharp scream came from somewhere not far away. There's a monster, ah! The deafening screams echoed and immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Monster. In just a moment today, everyone present understood something. Could it be that the monster from the Monster Festival had escaped? Seeing this scene, Ling Zan couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. It's finally started. Freya. Master Ganesha, Master Ganesha. Something bad has happened. Something terrible has happened. The captured monster escaped. The cage is empty. The staff reported the matter to Ganesha with a nervous look on their faces. Hearing these words, Ganesha was slightly stunned. Hey, isn't that tragic? That's why I said it's not good. Ganesha listened with a serious expression and asked in a low voice after hearing the entire report. How many monsters escaped? No, were set free. 12. Some of them are monsters that even powerful adventurers find difficult to deal with. Hearing this, Ganesha nodded, without showing any sign of hesitation, and just said, Alright, hunt down those monsters urgently. And join forces with the other families. Ask the gods present for assistance. Hearing this, the person reporting the situation was also slightly stunned. Please wait. Regardless of the process, letting the monster escape would be a failure for us. If we rely on the power of other forces, not only would we lose face, but our opponents might also take advantage of the situation. I am Ganesha, the group master. How can I allow the citizens I'm supposed to protect to be harmed? The greatest happiness we all face is the smiles of children. I'd sacrifice status and reputation for anything. Yes, sir. I'm so sorry. The festival continues. Don't let the spectators currently in the arena leave, and don't let them know the monster has escaped. You must not do anything that would cause chaos, understand? I understand. One more thing, regarding the search for the person who released the monster. It's okay, don't worry about it. Ganesha narrowed his eyes crookedly as he spoke. This person didn't let go of all the captured monsters, which shows he didn't intend to arbitrarily increase the number of casualties. I think this person has another purpose. A diversion, or perhaps a disruption. It's infuriating, but that's what he wants. We must prioritize the safety of our citizens. Under Ganesha's command, all members of the Ganesha clan began to respond quickly. On the other side, Miss Aina and the others naturally also received the news. The monster escaped. It's said that the Western team saw the monster escape from the arena. The Ganesha family are also busy dealing with it. What should I do, Aina? Ajina was stunned for a moment, but soon came to her senses. He said immediately and resolutely. Anywhere is fine. Contact any nearby families and adventurers. Is it okay to act on your own initiative like this? I wonder what the higher ups will say later. It's better than having casualties. Besides, the god Ganesha knows that human lives should be prioritized, so he shouldn't object to us asking for help from other family members. By the time something happens, it will be too late. At this moment, an unexpected voice appeared. Excuse me, what happened? The snoring sound immediately attracted the attention of Aina and her group. Icy Wallenstein. The girl who appeared before him was undoubtedly Ice. Wearing a mini skirt that covers half of her soft thighs and a short top. Although she wore no armor, her scabbarded rapier hung from her sword belt. Her waist-length blonde hair gleamed in the sunlight. The staff member closest to the other party hurriedly rushed to explain the whole thing to IC. She listened attentively to what happened and turned around as soon as she understood the situation. Loki. Yeah, I heard everything. It seems like this isn't the right time for a date. Well, let's do Ganesha a favor. Hearing Loki's grin and agreement, the guild members cheered. Just like them whose expressions brightened, Aina felt relieved for a moment, but immediately tensed her shoulders again. Well, do you know where the monster is? On East Street. According to the news, all the monsters appeared on East Street. As soon as these words fell, IC immediately headed to East Street. And on the other side of East Street. At the other end of the road leading from the arena. Along with the sound of kicking bricks, a monster with pure white fur was rushing towards this side in a rough manner. It was a monster, a silverback ape. Visible to the naked eye. The silverback ape is in a state of excitement. At this moment, the silverback ape exhaled a fierce breath, causing all the muscles in its body to leap, letting its long silver hair fly in the wind, and continued to move forward as if possessed by something. It is looking for the goddess. What passed through my mind was her back with her silver hair fluttering as she disappeared out of the room. The silverback ape, completely enchanted, both physically and mentally, was tossed about by an uncontrollable impulse he had never felt before. He ran as if being pulled by an invisible chain, chasing after her back. The monsters act out of pure and simple instinct. When the passers-by around saw this scene, expressions of shock and fear appeared on their faces. Ga monster. But why did the monsters from the dungeon appear here? Just when all the citizens were terrified, the silverback ape's bloodshot eyes saw her. The petite black-haired girl who was looking at him calmly. A special existence that is clearly different from the people around it. That must be an existence more noble than anything else. An existence of the same essence as the goddess he pursues. The crazy monster immediately rushed towards Ling Zan, Hestia and their group. Seeing this scene, Hestia's face showed a little panic. Ling Zan. When Lu, who was standing next to him, saw this scene, a serious expression immediately appeared on his face. He took a defensive stance. At the same time, he kept his gaze on Ling Zan, as if asking for his opinion. Mr. Ling Zan. After hearing what these two people said, Ling Zan nodded. He naturally noticed that the monster was coming towards them. However, this time we are facing a monster that only appears on the 11th floor, the silverback ape. Ling Zan didn't care too much. Compared to this, Ling Zan could sense that somewhere, a vague gaze was watching him. Okay, come on. Hearing that sound, Ling Zan couldn't help but reveal a helpless expression on his face. This goddess. If I get the chance in the future, I will definitely teach that goddess a lesson. But the most important thing now is to get rid of the silverback ape in front of us. Right now. Roar. The silverback ape let out an ear-shattering roar. The terrifying roar immediately alarmed the entire arena. This terrifying power would make even a level 2 adventurer hesitate, wondering if he really wanted to fight this furious silverback ape. This roar naturally alarmed Ganesha. However, facing such a monster, he had no way to deal with it. It's not that they couldn't be suppressed, but the monsters that escaped from the entire venue were not just the silverback apes, there were also 11 other monsters. In order to suppress the escaped monsters and maintain order at the scene, all the members of the Ganesha clan were mobilized, but they were helpless in the face of the movement over there. We can only hope that some adventurers can come to our aid. On the other side, there was a roar like this. Hestia also had a serious expression on her face. This monster is targeting us. No, to be more precise, I'm targeting you. Ling Zan smiled faintly. As he spoke, he stood in front of Hestia. You two, step back a little. As he said this, he calmly stood in front of Hestia and Ryu, protecting the two of them behind him. As long as the monster in front of him made any movement, he could easily kill it with just one blow. The passers-by around saw this scene. Looking at the scene of Ling Zan's tiny body confronting the silver-backed ape, everyone couldn't help but think of the scene of a brave man against a dragon. This plot is like a determined and brave hero who fights against a powerful dragon in order to protect the princess. Of course, the silverback ape is not as powerful as the evil dragon. But now, in the minds of passers-by, this monster is no different from a dragon. For a moment, although all the audience were busy escaping, you couldn't help but make your sharp comments. What's going on, that boy? That's a silverback ape. Although it's not as powerful as monsters like the Minotaur, it's still a level 2 monster. No matter how you look at it, that boy is only a level 1 adventurer, right? He actually dared to stand in front of others in such a domineering manner. Will there be a chance to reach that monster? Impossible, there's no way that boy could stop a monster like that. He's dead. Have you been bewildered by beauty? Passers-by around were talking and discussing it. Since most of the passers-by around are ordinary people, even the adventurers are mostly only level 1 and there is no way they can compete with such monsters. So I have no desire to take action. Although it is indeed a pity to see those two beautiful women die like this. But, no matter how beautiful a girl is, she is not as important as their lives. So people were sighing and trying to escape at the same time. On the other side, Freya was observing all this in the dark. I wasn't surprised at all seeing people running away around me. But at this moment, endless anger erupted from her eyes. If someone stood next to her, they would definitely notice it. The jealousy and crazy possessiveness were not concealed at all. Ling Zan, who was standing in front of the two people, also felt a chill at this time. Ling Zan knew very well that this was a sign that the goddess hiding in the dark was jealous. But wasn't this your choice, goddess? If you hadn't released such a monster, there wouldn't be such a scene of a hero saving a beauty. While Ling Zan was sighing, he also focused his attention on the huge monster in front of him. Roar. The monster let out a roar. Then, the silverback ape leapt into the air. The next second, something shocking happened. I saw a monster that looked like a wild ape, jumping from one tree to another and moving nimbly between buildings. It ignored the structure of the maze and rapidly approached Ling Zan and his group from the sky. Here we come, Mr. Ling Zan. Lu said nervously, while quietly getting ready to attack. As soon as something seems wrong, she will strike immediately. Even though this might expose her identity, there was nothing much to worry about now. However, with Mr. Ling Zan around, there shouldn't be any problem, right? After the previous adventure, she already knew how terrifying Ling Zan's strength was, and it should be more than enough for her to face such a monster. Having said that, it is still necessary to have the necessary insurance. So, Lu also kept his attention on the monster in front of him in real time. Ready to take action at any time. On the other side, Hestia's delicate face also showed a nervous expression. Ling Zan nodded. Then he showed a confident expression. Don't worry, just leave it to me. Hearing these words, Hestia behind him also felt relieved for some reason. No problem, if you want to know why. Because Ling Zan is one of my relatives. Believe in your own clan, this is what a main god should do. At this moment, passers-by around also showed a look of pity on their faces. They seemed to have seen the scene of the young-looking adventurer being torn to pieces by the monster. There is also the scene where the two beautiful girls were brutally murdered together. But at this time, all the audience saw an extremely incredible scene at this moment. The young-looking adventurer suddenly had a weapon in his hand that they couldn't understand. It should be some kind of scary prop, right? Immediately afterwards, no one saw the young man make any strange movements. It was just accompanied by a deafening roar. A huge fire dragon appeared on the field. In just a moment, the monster was devoured. As the fire dragon devoured it, the monster couldn't help but let out a painful howl. H-O-O-H-O-O-H-O-O-O-H-O-O-O, Ga. After a while, the monster's voice gradually disappeared. The flames gradually disappeared. The monster's voice had disappeared, replaced by ashes left on the ground. It seemed to be still telling everything that had just happened. Telling passers-by around that this is not a dream. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. That terrifying monster, the silverback ape, was completely wiped out just like that. And he was killed instantly by a level 1 adventurer in one move. At this moment, everyone was stunned. The residents of Daedalus Road, watching the battle between Ling Zan and the silverback ape unfold, erupted in excitement. They stopped hiding in their homes and leaned out of their windows to cheer. The adventurers' faces showed surprise and confusion. Others may not understand, but how can they not understand? Ling Zan is a level 1 adventurer, but is it such an existence that can defeat the silverback ape? And it's a one-shot kill. This is simply rubbing their common sense into the ground. And Hestia was also extremely shocked. Although I knew Ling Zan was very strong, I didn't expect that he could successfully eliminate the silverback ape with just one blow. Ha 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 ha. As expected of my clan member Ling Zan. As she spoke, Hestia excitedly hugged him. Hey, 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 Hestia, be reserved, there are people watching here. Ling Zan's somewhat helpless voice echoed. On the roof of someone's house. It was at a high place where one could have a panoramic view of the area around Ling Zan. Freya's gaze lingered on several people from time to time. Especially when the goddess Hestia hugged Ling Zan in one breath. The jealousy and possessiveness in Freya's eyes were almost condensed into substance. However, soon, this possessiveness and jealousy soon disappeared. Forget it, Hestia, I'll allow you to take advantage of me for now. I will definitely pay you back double in the future. Freya muttered to herself. At the same time, she kept her gaze on Ling Zan. It's incredible. Although I can vaguely sense that your progress is very rapid, but being able to eliminate the silverback ape with just one blow is still a bit beyond my expectations. You have to know that this monster was carefully selected by her. It's not something a level 1 adventurer can easily handle. Unexpectedly, Ling Zan not only successfully defeated the monster, but also killed it instantly. What a. As Alea was thinking, she saw Ling Zan being hugged by Hestia in front of her silver eyes. How gorgeous that figure was in her eyes. Congratulations. Although the increase in strength exceeded my expectations, but, well, I think it's very handsome. Freya looked at Ling Zan who was held by Hestia with passionate eyes and narrowed her eyes. Although she liked Ling Zan very much, Hestia next to him was indeed a bit irritating. But it doesn't matter, because Ling Zan will definitely be hers. The goddess had no doubt about this. She left the scene, letting her silver hair reflecting the sunlight flutter. I'll play with you next time. Ling Zan. And on the other side. Puff. There was a flash of silver light. With just one strike, Ice instantly killed the giant monster. Well, is it over? Yes. Ice made the silver saber emit a sharp sound, and then sheathed it in one smooth movement. Seeing the giant monster lying on the street with a loud bang, the surrounding citizens cheered. And Loki stood behind Ice, looking extremely bored. Oh, that's a bit of a bummer. And it seems like there hasn't been any serious disaster anywhere. I always feel like I've been tricked. Hearing this, Ice nodded. Indeed, she felt that way too. As we walked along, we thought some citizens would be harmed. But things went smoothly, which was somewhat beyond their expectations. After arriving at the scene, they found that these monsters did not harm anyone. He just wandered around the arena somewhat roughly, as if he was looking for something. It feels like the whole thing is under someone's control. Who let these monsters go and what is their purpose? Such doubts emerged in Ice's mind. However, she couldn't solve this doubt for the time being. Is this all resolved? No. There's one left. Among the 12 monsters that escaped, there was still one silver-backed ape left. Ice nodded. When they heard that the monster was also on East Street, Ice and Loki immediately headed towards East Street. However, when they arrived at the scene, both of them couldn't help but show a look of surprise on their faces. Because the street in front of him was not only not filled with fear, but seemed extremely lively. The pedestrians on the road were not afraid of the monsters, but more excited. Seeing this scene, question marks appeared in the heads of both of them. Loki approached a group of people that had formed in front of an alley and asked what was going on. Auntie, where's the monster? What's the situation now? Well, I heard that boy defeated the monster. The people from Daedalus Road just came to describe what happened. They said that the moment the monster appeared, the boy used a magical weapon to kill it with a single blow. Hearing this description, Isis' heart tightened. In her impression, there is probably only one person in this city who can challenge opponents of higher levels. Wait a minute, Auntie, who is that boy? Just as Loki continued to ask questions, the crowd in front began to commotion. It attracted the attention of several people present. Excuse me, please let me pass. And that voice was extremely familiar to Icy. The crowd nearby also began to stir. Countless people were curious about the hero who saved the entire street. Even Loki showed a hint of interest for the first time in a long time. I'll go take a look too. When Icy heard the voice, she decided to follow the back of the crowd for some unknown reason. Stand on tiptoe and look forward. Then I saw Ling Zan. Icy's golden eyes followed the boy's figure. Sure enough, it was him. Isis' gaze was fixed on Ling Zan. As expected, he was the only one in this city who could defeat the silverback ape at level 1. After all, even the stronger Minotaur can be defeated. A mere silverback ape is naturally no problem. At this moment, Isis' eyes suddenly froze. Because a teenager is not just a person. There are two beautiful women around. Although one of them looks a little young, her figure is not to be underestimated. The other one is just a very beautiful elf girl. It seems that the two people have a very close relationship with Ling Zan. For some reason, Icy's joy at seeing the boy just now disappeared instantly. 3 words popped up out of nowhere in my mind. What about me? At this moment, Ling Zan defeated the monster. The entire chat group was not calm at all. Because just now, a video appeared in the chat group for no reason, and then tagged all members. Kafka. What is this? A video. Izayoi Sakamaki. Interesting, a video was created for no reason. Sure enough, this group has other uses. Branya. I wonder what kind of video it will be. I'm a little curious. Everyone present clicked on the video without exception. The video was not very long and ended very quickly. Kiana. Is this kind of monster a special monster unique to Lingshuan's world? Izayoi Sakamaki. Honestly, this monster isn't as strong as I imagined. I don't think it's worth mentioning. Compared to the monster, I'm more curious about those twin guns. They're quite handsome. Kafka. Such a cool pair of guns, doesn't really go well with a class like adventurer. Alicia. Wait a minute, those twin guns. At Lingshuan, how could you possibly possess twin guns like that? These are the holy judge of heavenly fire. Luckily you're using them in twin gun form. If you'd used a greatsword, you'd have been killed. Kiana. Heavenly fire judgment. If I remember correctly, that's my father's weapon. Why do you have my father's weapon? Do you know my father? Branya. The judgment of heavenly fire, also known as the 7th divine key, is a divine key made from the Herrscher core of the 7th Herrscher of flame from the pre-civilization era. The judgment of heavenly fire, in dual gun form, wields the power of flame, and possesses the most powerful destructive power. Izayoi Sakamaki. It's interesting, so interesting, that such a thing could actually happen. As an adventurer, you actually possess weapons from other worlds. Could it be that you possess the ability to travel through worlds? Ling Zan looked at the people in the group who were discussing things, and without further explanation, he let them guess whatever they wanted. After all, if the truth were to be told, some people in the group might not believe it. Templates and stuff, this is even more incredible than chat groups. Thinking like this, Ling Zan once again focused his attention on shopping with Hestia and Lu. Soon, a day passed. After some thought, everyone decided to have dinner at the Rich Hostess Tavern. And here they also saw Xie, whom they had been looking for all day. Zaire, where have you been? We've been looking for you all day and can't find you. Lu looked at Xie in front of him, and looked at him nervously, fearing that something might have happened to her. After all, there was an incident of a monster escaping from this festival. Xie is just an ordinary person. Don't worry, I'm fine. After hearing this assurance, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief and returned Xie's wallet to her. After that, everyone spent a lot of money in the hotel. Soon, the beautiful day came to an end. Ling Zan held Hestia's little hand and walked slowly on the street. Ling Zan, you just spent too much. You could have just ordered some food and had a good time. Hestia said with a look of dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Ling Zan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Hestia, you are a god, why do you act like a housekeeper? Seeing Ling Zan's indifferent look, Hestia was also furious. Your spending in just one day is enough for me to eat for a month. Are you paying for that Lu or Xie? Well, as I was talking, I started to get jealous again. Ling Zan smelled the familiar stench and placed his hand on the head of Hestia, the lowly goddess. What are you thinking about? With this action, a blush appeared on Hestia's face again, but she still did not let Ling Zan go. Then what are you doing? Of course it's because of the unexpected gain today. Although today's expenses were high, they were actually still within his affordability. After this period of monster hunting, Ling Zan's small treasury is no longer a problem at all. They also successfully dealt with a silverback ape, and the gold coins that guy dropped were much more than what they spent. Not only that, along the way, Ling Zan could sense that Lu's favorability was also steadily increasing. My own popularity has also increased. After this incident, everyone in the entire underground city knew Ling Zan's name. Don't worry about having no money at all. We can eat as much as we want with this little food. If the owner of the tavern wasn't unhappy, I could even buy the whole tavern. Ling Zan curled his lips in slight disgust as he spoke. In this way, the two of them quickly returned to the clan's residence. Now that we're rich, it's time to move to a more upscale place. It's not going to work if we continue to stay here. Ling Zan looked at the base in front of him and couldn't help but squint his eyes slightly. It would have been fine if I didn't have money before, but now that I have money, I really can't treat myself badly. However, upon hearing these words, a nervous expression appeared on Hestia's face. No, there's no need to rush into things like moving right now, right? Let's not think too much about it for now. When Ling Zan heard these words, he immediately understood what Hestia was thinking. You're not thinking that if you stay here, you can just go back to sleep in my bed, are you? Hey! Seeing Hestia's reaction, Ling Zan immediately realized that his guess was correct. Hey, what's up? You stupid lowly goddess. Ling Zan, you are the big fool. Along with such sounds, the two people also entered their own base. As soon as he entered his residence, Ling Zan fell onto his bed. To be honest, I am really tired today, in every sense of the word. Even if he had killed monsters all day, he wouldn't necessarily be as tired as he is today. After all, what he was doing today was the greatest torture in the history of men, going shopping with a woman. In the previous life, this was listed as one of the 10 most cruel tortures in love. Fortunately, neither Ryu nor Hestia actually had any desire to shop. Only, Hestia's occasional jealousy really made him feel a little uncomfortable. In this situation, even Ling Zan couldn't stand it. Come on, Lingxuan, let's renew your grace and see how much you have gained in the past few days. Hestia said excitedly. Ling Zan nodded slightly when he heard these words. Then he took off his shirt and let Hestia help him update his personal ability values. After a moment, Hestia looked at the parchment and said in amazement. It's incredible. It hasn't been that long since the last update, and yet Ling Zan, your ability value has doubled again. I really can't help but sigh at your growth rate, Ling Zan. Hestia said as she shook the parchment in her hand. Lingxuan, do you want to see it? Ling Zan shook his head. In fact, he already knew these numbers. After all, his system had already adjusted the panel in front of him. Host. Ling Zan. Family. Hestia family. Level. LV1. Strength. S. 981 plus 200. Stamina. S. 921. Dexterity. A. 833. Agility. S. 904 plus 100. Magic. H. 101. Honkai Energy. B. 799. Magic. None. Skills. Ice Control. LV1. Fusion Warrior. Human Chimera. Strength bonus LV2. Agility bonus LV1. Collapse Energy LV1. Obviously, after this trip, all of his attributes except for his magic value have undergone earth-shaking changes. It seems that he is not really concerned about his enthusiasm ability value right now. Unless there are additional skills or some new abilities appear, Ling Zan will naturally be interested in taking a look. Hestia looked at Ling Zan shaking his head and immediately destroyed the parchment in her hand. But speaking of which, I noticed that you seem to have gained a new Honkai energy in your stats. This is the first time I've encountered something like this, and I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Don't worry, there's no problem. After hearing Ling Zan say this, Hestia naturally had nothing more to say. Naturally, there was no conversation that night after that. When I woke up in the morning, I found Hestia had come into my bed again. Ling Zan was not surprised at all when he saw this scene. As usual, after settling Hestia down, he immediately went to the dungeon to kill monsters. After reuniting with Lu, the two of them immediately headed to the underground city. After thinking about it, the two decided not to go deeper into the dungeon today. After all, the food for two people is not enough to support them to go deeper. Therefore, Ling Zan and Lu only reached the 10th floor. This floor has a special feature. That's the fog rising into the sky. A white fog that was enough to obstruct vision enveloped the entire dungeon. It is also from the 10th floor that the field of vision begins to be obstructed. After passing through the passage I was originally walking on, the view became wider. A spacious cave room stretching across the endless grassland. Although the fog was spreading, the space in the middle of the cave could still be seen. And in this scenery, there are scattered dead trees that have lost their leaves and branches. Not yet. Let's go together and observe the surrounding scenery. Next second. Goo-woo-woo-woo. With a low growl, the large class monster, orc, appeared. Brown skin with a pig's head, and ragged, peeling old skin covering her waist like a tattered skirt. It was probably over 3 meters tall, a little taller than the Minotaur. Looking at the monster in front of him, Ling Zan immediately recalled the information about this monster in his mind. Orc, a giant pig-headed monster that can reach 3 meters tall. It wore old leather draped around its waist like a skirt, and its strength was enough to incapacitate some second-level adventurers after a direct hit. Looking at the monster in front of him, Lu was also slightly stunned. Orcs. And there's more than one. Along with this words should have just fallen. There were several orcs nearby who surrounded the two people. This number, 8 orcs. Ling Zan's mouth corners slightly raised when he saw this scene. The 8 monsters surrounded the two of them, as if they wanted to kill them, but they didn't know that it was not the orcs who surrounded them. Instead, the two of them surrounded the group of orcs. Ooh! The orcs cheered. The monsters saw their prey at a glance, stomped on the ground with a loud bang, passed through the trees, and slowly stretched out their hands. Then, using that giant arm, he pulled up a tree. Then, something shocking happened. The dead wood that was originally part of the nature of the maze turned into a rough stick in an instant. Seeing this scene, the two people present were not surprised at all. Although he had never encountered it before, Ling Zan was very clear about it. This dungeon not only has a variety of monsters, but also has quite acceptable characteristics. And this is one of them. This living dungeon provides natural weapons to the monsters wandering within the maze. The existence of an arsenal named the Labyrinth. Before they had to wait long, the 8 monsters couldn't wait and launched a fierce attack on the two people. The monsters inside attacked fiercely. There was no need for Ling Zan and Lu to say much, they each tacitly went towards the prey they had chosen. Ling Zan's strength has improved a lot compared to before, but this time, out of the idea of verifying his own strength, Ling Zan did not reuse the powerful heavenly fire holy judge. Instead, he waved his fists, and every move was filled with endless coldness. This is a skill that Ling Zan hasn't used for a long time, ice control. Each punch carried an incomparable chill. Once it hit a monster, the rushing monster would be immediately frozen into ice. Then he punched again, crushing the ice directly. On the other side, Lu was maneuvering around all the monsters flexibly. Then an unparalleled attack was launched. Boom boom boom. Following the roars of the jade dragons, the 8 monsters that had just come with such a fierce momentum immediately disappeared. Instead, there were various corpses lying on the ground. With the cooperation of Ling Zan and Lu, in just over 10 seconds, these monsters fell to the ground and became corpses at their feet. The monsters in this area are too easy to deal with. Ling Zan said lightly. At this moment, the cold system voice came to my ears. Kevin Caslana Template Basic. Current progress. 35%. Ding. Due to the simulation progress, congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill. 0 reset level 1. Hearing such words, Ling Zan was slightly stunned. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. I didn't expect to gain a brand new skill. With curiosity in his heart, he clicked on the introduction of Everything Returns to Zero. Everything returns to zero LV1. With this inhuman body, everything returns to zero, living up to the tragic name of a hero. Consume half of the Honkai energy to activate, freezing time for 0.5 seconds and raining down powerful cones of ice within the target area. Seeing this introduction, Ling Zan's eyes immediately lit up. The effect of this skill is extremely powerful. Although it seems to freeze for 0.5 seconds, it doesn't seem to have any effect. But it's just an appearance. When fighting a strong opponent, a slight loss of focus could lead to tragedy. Not to mention that this skill can not only freeze time for 0.5 seconds, but also cause a small range of AoE damage in a short period of time. This is absolutely a magical skill. Moreover, not only that, the skill effect of level 1 is so powerful. If it is upgraded, not only will the damage of the ice cone be increased, but I'm afraid even the freezing time will be increased. In other words, this is definitely a skill to look forward to in the future. If he could continue to grow, Ling Zan couldn't imagine how amazing this skill would be. After obtaining such skills, Ling Zan was also satisfied. Mr. Lingxuan, you seem very happy. After seeing this, Lu asked curiously. Of course, after all, these 8 monsters are a pretty good harvest. Hearing this, Lu nodded. Immediately afterwards, the two continued to explore the dungeon. Sudden. Both of them stopped. Ling Zan and Lu simultaneously turned their gazes to a certain place. And in that place there are densely packed groups of monsters. The monsters made strange and eerie noises. Ah. Gee. Looking at such a monster, Ling Zan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Little devil. Monsters that make such sharp and piercing sounds are called little devils. Attack in groups and use clever tactics. This is a monster that is completely black. The larger head has a single horn that looks like a sharp little stone, which seems out of proportion to the long and thin body. But from its appearance, you can't imagine that its movements are both agile and sharp. The slender tail with a claw attached swings up and down in coordination with the movements. However, looking at such a dense number of people, Ling Zan's face did not show fear, but excitement instead. Don't get me wrong, he's not some weird XP owner. It's just that the number of monsters so densely packed together is too attractive to him. After all, this is walking experience. How could Ling Zan miss such an opportunity? Just as Ling Zan was thinking this, those little devils actually took the initiative to attack Ling Zan. However, even with such an agile monster, Ling Zan easily dodged the attack. When the little devil found that his attack had missed, he was first stunned, and then screamed. At this moment, Ling Zan also launched his own counterattack. I followed up the previous counterattack and rotated my body. Using his right foot as the axis, he unleashed a powerful spinning kick at the little devil in front of him. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. A living monster just turned into, oh no, monster fragments. Seeing this scene, the authorities were not too happy with the little devil's companions around them. Immediately, they launched a dense attack on Ling Zan and Lu. Facing the attacks of these monsters, Lu and Lingxuan also fought back. Kevin used his ice-controlling power to create an ice sword. Then he waved his hand, and countless ice cones immediately condensed around him. Shoot towards those monsters. For a moment, the group of monsters actually let out miserable cries. At the same time, Ling Zan took the ice sword he had just condensed and immediately rushed towards the group of monsters. The sword thrust directly pierced through the two little devils. Immediately, a miserable scream was uttered. Master Lingxuan, behind you. Ryu's nervous voice echoed. In fact, even without Lu's reminder, Ling Zan had already noticed that two monsters had quietly and silently approached his back and tried to attack him. Little did they know that their behavior had already been within Ling Zan's range of perception. Boom! Ling Zan suddenly burst out with unparalleled momentum. The terrifying power gathered on his right leg. Next second, Ling Zan's figure suddenly turned around. Then comes a high-legged spinning kick. The right leg, flashing with a hint of coldness, immediately hit the two little devils who were planning to launch a sneak attack. Boom! The violent roar and miserable screams sounded almost at the same time. After getting rid of the two monsters that wanted to attack by surprise, Ling Zan also said with emotion, "It's really incredible that they knew how to sneak attack these monsters. Monsters like imps are very clever. Although they look a bit like goblins at first glance, they are not as clever as imps. In other words, they are very smart." While thinking, Ling Zan was also controlling his ice, continuously creating ice cones to shoot at the group of monsters. Because these monsters never fight alone, they always fight as a team. They are quite good as a small team, unlike the monster groups that have been fighting for a long time. So there are probably hundreds of monsters appearing here. As if he felt that Kevin's ability to control troops and clear monsters was not outstanding enough, he immediately took out his most powerful Skyfire judgment at this stage. Bang bang! Along with such a roar, two giant fire dragons also appeared on the field. Together with those ice cones, it devoured all the surrounding monsters. In a short while, the ground was filled with the corpses of the little devils. As these monster realms were destroyed, a cold mechanical sound came from Ling Zan's side. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Endurance bonus level 1, Agility bonus level 1, and Strength bonus upgraded to level 3. After hearing this system sound, Ling Zan showed a satisfied smile on his face. But the next second, the earth that shook the cave roared. Lord Lingxuan, a stronger one is coming. Hearing this, Ling Zan's face also showed excitement. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar. A huge monster appeared before the two people. Orcs. I've been taken care of by this pig-headed monster several times before. A giant figure, nearly 3 meters tall, walked towards Ling Zan and the others with empty hands. In addition, there are countless little devils surrounding it. Along with this group of monsters, there appeared a type of monster they had never encountered before. Bad Bat. This is a monster that can only be encountered on floors 10 to 15. A dark bat monster with sharp fangs and the ability to create sonic disruptions. At this moment, these monsters are all around it. They are just like minions led by a boss. Looking at the huge number of monsters in front of him, Lu's eyes revealed a solemn expression. After all, it takes energy to kill monsters, and these monsters come in waves. She doesn't have any problem, but Ling Zan has just become an adventurer. Although he has powerful strength, does he have enough physical strength? The number is a bit large. As soon as these words fell, Ling Zan also nodded. Excited voices also rang out. It's a bit much indeed. But in his opinion, these monsters are not monsters. This is a huge amount of experience points. Of course, the more the better. Hearing such an excited tone, Lu knew that he was probably worrying too much. It's really rare to see monsters of different types gathered together like this. As Lu spoke, he also took a stance ready to attack. Just as he was about to step forward to deal with these monsters, he was stopped by Ling Zan. Leave these guys to me. Hearing these words, Lu couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Is he planning to deal with this group of monsters by himself? Although I still have some doubts about how Ling Zan can deal with such a group of monsters alone. But Lu still chose to believe Ling Zan. At this moment, Ling Zan just turned his gaze to the group of monsters. Next second, the temperature of the entire space dropped instantly. Click click click. Accompanied by a strange noise, something strange happened. I saw that the ground was covered with frost at some point. At the same time, the temperature in the air dropped sharply. Both Lu and the group of monsters could feel the temperature in the air. Is this magic? Lu had seen scenes like this before. Ling Zan has the ability to freeze. She has always thought it was magic, but now it seems that it is not magic. Magic needs to be chanted. Of course, there is also fast attack magic that does not require chanting. Ryu didn't judge whether it was magic based on whether it required chanting or not. But there was not a trace of magic in the air. In other words, is this just a skill? A skill that can freeze everything. Just as Lu was thinking this, the monsters on the other side were also getting a little nervous at this moment. All the monsters also felt a chill. And within that cold air, there was a murderous aura that could not be ignored. The monster was so frightened that the leading orc couldn't help but roar. Ow! Along with this roar, the monsters behind him also roared in fear. However, they haven't made the next move yet. Click. At some point their feet had become slightly frozen. Then it froze and quickly spread throughout the body. It didn't take a while. The only thing left on the entire field was the monster's ice sculpture. When Lu saw this scene, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his head. This skill may not be too powerful. It's simply a magical skill for clearing monsters. I just don't know what kind of restrictions there will be. On the other side, Ling Zan was watching everything calmly. There was no fluctuation in my heart. But of course he also noticed that after a year of tossing and turning, his Honkai energy had actually reached its bottom. If you want to freeze everything around you, the amount of Honkai energy consumed is naturally incalculable, unless you have killed enough monsters before. I'm afraid I can't deliver such a blow yet. After freezing these monsters again, Ling Zan once again surpassed the holy judgment of heavenly fire. The next second, the terrifying flames completely wiped out these monsters. Really? You're almost giving me the illusion that these weird cries can be easily dealt with in 1 or 2 hits. Lu couldn't help but complain when he saw this scene. Ling Zan just shrugged and opened the panel. Host. Ling Zan. Family. Hestia family. Level. LV1. Strength. S. 999 plus 300. Endurance. S. 988 plus 100. Dexterity. S. 933 plus 100. Agility. S. 955 plus 100. Magic. H. 101. Honkai Energy. A. 866. Magic. None. Jinang. Han Bing Zhong Kong. LV1 Rong A Zan Shi Ren Lei De Chi Mela Li Liang Jia Sheng LV3 Min Jia Jia Sheng LV1 Bang Y Nang LV1 Ling Chao Jia Sheng LV1 Nai Li Jia Sheng LV1. Looking at the template in front of him, Ling Zan nodded with great satisfaction. It seems that this adventure has gained a lot of ability points. Several attributes are almost maxed out. After all attributes reached 999, Ling Zan now had to consider a very important issue. That is something that level 1 adventurers have to consider. Upgrade to a level 2 adventurer. And this world wants to upgrade from LV1 adventurer to LV2. It's not just about simply brushing up your ability points. In addition to ability, there is another very important thing. That is the great cause. The so-called great deeds are also a kind of experience points. As the name suggests, it means doing something that makes people feel it is very impressive. The simplest and most easily understood great achievement is to kill an opponent who is more powerful than yourself, but there are actually many actions that can also be classified as great achievements. When you upgrade to a level 2 adventurer, these ability values will return to 0. But that doesn't mean that the previous abilities will disappear. Let me give you a very simple example. Assume that LV1 is elementary school and LV2 is middle school. Chinese scores, math scores, and English scores are actually like strength, agility, and patience. After entering middle school, no one will remember their grades in elementary school, and everyone's scores will start from 0. However, this does not mean that the knowledge accumulated in elementary school will disappear, and the more knowledge accumulated before, the better. Although everyone in elementary and middle schools has different abilities, generally speaking, middle schools are much better than elementary schools. That's probably the case. And now Ling Zan should also consider his own great cause. While Ling Zan was still thinking about his own great cause, Lu next to him also spoke at this time. Then let's leave it at that for today. Ling Zan was also slightly stunned when he heard this. But if you think about it carefully, it is indeed enough. Today's harvest is pretty good. Ling Zan nodded. Soon, the two returned to Orario. Just as the two men returned to the plump hostess. Ling Zan. A sweet and beautiful voice came from a distance. Ling Zan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a graceful and pretty figure appear there. It's Xie. Exier. Ling Zan nodded. He was also very familiar with that figure. Lingxuan, Lu, are you two back from the underground city too? Xie trotted over to the two of them, holding the ingredients for bread. There was also a sweet smile on her face. Lingxuan, Lu, long time no see. It looks like both of you have had a great time today. Hearing these words, Ling Zan nodded and continued jokingly. What do you mean it's been a long time since we last met? Last night, He and Hestia had a great time spending money at the Mistress of Plenty. It can be said that this has brought great achievements to Xie. Hear such words. Xie also blinked her eyes. Really? Then maybe I remembered it wrongly, hee hee. But I'm still looking forward to seeing you, Ling Zan, come to the tavern again. Remember to come find me when the time comes. After all, whatever you spend in the tavern is basically charged to me. I will also get a commission. Hearing this, Ling Zan shrugged. On the other side, Lu couldn't help but sigh when he heard such words. Xie is really a very bold person. If some petty-minded guests heard such words, they would probably think Xie was a rip-off. But the relationship between Ling Zan and Xie is not that simple. Just a couple's hobby. From Ryu's perspective. After a brief chat. Looking at you, Lingxuan, I think you're planning to go back to your clan next. If that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. Ling Zan nodded. But remember to look for me next time you come to the tavern. Xie said playfully. On the other side, the cold and aloof Fairy Lu also kept her gaze on Ling Zan. Although his tone was as calm as always, it was also a little gentle at this time. Then, Mr. Ling Zan, we will take our leave first. Ling Zan arrived at the guild before the sun set. When Ling Zan arrived at the guild, the first thing he saw was Aina sitting at the front desk. That's perfect, I don't have to deal with other unfamiliar receptionists. Agina, who was busy, immediately raised her head when she heard such a familiar voice. Ling Xuanjun, did you just come back from the underground city? Ling Zan nodded when he heard this. Yeah, I just finished exploring the 10th floor and came back. Hearing this, Aina nodded subconsciously. Then, hey, what did you just say? Duo Xiao. The 10th floor maze of the dungeon. Ling Xuanjun. Are you sure you're not kidding me? The 10th underground floor. Agina let out a cry of disbelief and surprise. Ling Zan nodded. There was no further explanation, just a wave of the hand. A large number of magic stones immediately appeared in front of the two people. This time, there are many more magic stones than before. Obviously, what Ling Zan said was undoubtedly true. Aina looked at Ling Zan in disbelief. Excuse me, Ling Xuanjun, how long have you been an adventurer? Ling Zan recalled briefly. Probably less than 10 days. Agina was stunned for a moment. 10 days, reaching the 10th floor. Agina suddenly became a little angry. After all, in her opinion, this is an irresponsible act towards her own life. He had only been an adventurer for less than 10 days, yet he dared to explore the 10th floor. Even though we know that Ling Zan's strength cannot be regarded as that of an ordinary adventurer. But it's still too risky. Although I may be a bit talkative, Ling Xuanjun, it's best to calm down first and not venture too far into the lower levels. For an immature newcomer who had been an adventurer for just over half a month, stepping below the 5th floor was tantamount to suicide. Starting from the 5th level, the dungeon will be completely transformed and its difficulty will be greatly increased. However, Ling Zan's strength far exceeds that of ordinary people. To be conservative, 10 floors is probably the limit. What Aina didn't know was that Ling Zan had actually been to the 12th floor. But even if I tell this kind of thing, the other party probably won't believe it. After all, from the Hellhound on the 12th floor, most adventurers basically buy a Fire Fairy Spirit Protector cloth for self-defense. As a mid-level monster, the Hellhound is also known as the Fire Demon. It is a dog-shaped monster that spews out extremely powerful flames that can easily melt ordinary armor. The Fire Fairy Spirit Cloth has a high degree of defense against attacks such as flames and heat currents, which is the so-called high fire resistance. It is one of the common items for adventurers to conquer the middle-level areas. However, Ling Zan did not give too much explanation. On the other side, Aina also set her sights on Ling Zan at this moment, looking at him carefully without any hesitation. Looking at the equipment Ling Zan was wearing. Well, Ling Xuanjun, isn't your armor a little shabby? Hearing these words, Ling Zan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. To be honest, he had never considered things like protective gear. For him, the current monsters could not pose any danger to him at all. All he needs to do is attack, and attack again. There's no need to think about defense anymore. However, if we want to continue exploring, we will definitely need some protective gear. And he really needs some other weapons. It's not that the holy judgment of heavenly fire is not useful, but there are indeed times when he needs to use backup weapons. Ling Zan nodded as he thought so. Ling Xuanjun, you should be fine tomorrow, right? Ling Zan nodded when he heard this. He probably guessed what the other person was thinking. However, it is more reliable to have Aina lead me to buy these. Ling Zan naturally had no reason to refuse. Freya's voice echoed in the dim room. Oda. That kid has gotten stronger again. Hearing this, a burly, strong and serious man nodded. It couldn't be better, could it? The man who made the sound was named Oda, the strongest man in the city. His personal level is level 7, and he is known as the strongest first-level adventurer in the city. As a warrior, his rugged appearance reflects his inner self, and he can be described as a silent seeker. Not only that, he is absolutely loyal to the main goddess Freya and puts her words first. There are not many daily necessities in the room. The spacious interior of the first-class suite is incongruous with the lack of decoration, but every item is luxurious and at the same time, it complements the room's decor. A huge bookcase, an unusually large bed, and a fashionable dark red carpet. On the wall hangs a painting of the sun and the moon separated by a boundary. Freya said with emotion, holding a wine glass in her hand. That child's growth rate is truly unbelievable. He's completely different from before. Over the past few days, that child's brilliance has become even more vivid. As she spoke, a slight smile appeared on Freya's face. It seems to me like a vessel being polished to a brighter shine. Freya narrowed her silver eyes with a smile and brought the wine glass to her lips. After hearing this, Oda said with a serious face. Does this mean that the instrument's development has made significant progress? You could say that. However, although Ling Zan's progress was unexpectedly smooth. But these 2 days seemed to have hit a bottleneck. Freya slowly half-closed her eyes. But there's only one obstruction that hinders the light. It binds the child like shackles. After hearing these words, Oda could only remain silent. After all, as an adventurer, he had actually encountered a bottleneck period that belonged to adventurers. Including the famous Miss Sword Princess. Now it is also stuck at level 5. And every adventurer's ability to upgrade has different events. So he gave the answer he guessed. I'm afraid it needs some monsters to hone it. If it's just a monster, Ling Zan should be able to easily overcome it. He will become stronger on his own without my intervention. But Freya didn't want to just stand by and watch. One day, soon, the time will come. Talking about this over and over again will make her feel that she is too timid and that she is very depraved. Especially when seeing those talented faction members, it seems inappropriate to leave everything to time. So this time she didn't plan to leave everything to time. So, adventurers, problems should be left to adventurers. It's entirely up to you how to push that kid this time, Oda. As she spoke, Freya put down the glass in her hand, closed her eyes, and leaned lazily against the back of the chair. Hearing this, Oda's face showed an expression of surprise that could not be concealed. Isn't this like your style? Because you know the child's current situation better than I do. As she spoke, Freya's face showed a look of annoyance. I'm getting jealous. Dungeon level 17. In the area used as the territory of LV.2 adventurers, the strong and powerful orc Oda is exploring alone. He came to the dungeon this time precisely to complete his mission. Select a qualified monster as Ling Zan's training stone. Looking at the scene in front of me in the underground maze. Oda couldn't help but express his feelings. It's been a while since I've stayed on this floor. Although he had infinite emotions in his heart, Oda had no intention of staying here, but continued to move forward. Moo. Accompanied by a deafening noise. A minotaur appeared before Oda. A large-scale monster with a human body and a bull's head, and muscular build. And Oteo's goal is to capture the ferocious monster in front of him. On the other side, the minotaur roared excitedly when he saw the adventurers. Boo. Carefully observing the minotaur, Oda narrowed his eyes slightly. There is no doubt that the monster is in an excited state. And it is much more powerful than the minotaurs he had tasted before. He even made use of the maze's armory and had a natural weapon in his hand, a stone axe. The hand-sized axe was covered in red liquid that looked like it had been spilled. Perhaps he had fought an adventurer, or had dissected an opponent's head. There were no visible injuries on the body. Such a monster is perfect as a stepping stone. Having won the jackpot, Oda narrowed his earthy red eyes. As a level 77 adventurer, it doesn't take much effort to subdue a level 2 monster. So the Minotaur couldn't even last a second in his hands. After calming the monster down, Oda reached behind him and threw one of the two swords crossed at his waist to the Minotaur. You should be fine with what you just did. Show me how to use it. The Minotaur did as he was told, and looking at the monster in front of him, Oda nodded with satisfaction. But it's not enough, it's far from enough. This monster in front of me must be severely taught a lesson before it is qualified to be Ling Zan's stepping stone. Only in this way can the goddess be satisfied. Sparks flew without ceasing, and the cries of metal echoed in the vast cavern. A few hours, dozens of hours. The poor Minotaur was forced to undergo hellish training, and all this was just because of a goddess's whim, and the Minotaur became a stepping stone. Ah, this is what happens to the Minotaur.jpg. On the other hand, Ling Zan certainly had no idea how cruelly the Minotaur had been treated because of him. Of course, if Ling Zan knew this, he probably wouldn't feel any wavering. At most, I would thank Freya and Oda. After all, he was also worried about his great cause. I didn't expect that someone would bring me a pillow just as I was dozing off. Isn't this a good person? One day later. In the north of Orario, Ling Zan stood alone in the semicircular square facing the avenue. He and Agina had agreed to meet here. Not a moment later. Hey, Ling Zan. Agina appeared in a pretty white shirt and short skirt. How should I put it? It feels a bit fashionable and casual. Looking at Agina like this, Ling Zan felt a little emotional. In Orario, 8 avenues called streets extend from the center of the city, each occupying a different direction. That is, the directions of north, northeast, east, southeast, south, southwest, west, and northwest. From a bird's eye view, you can see 4 thick lines extending through the center of the city. The underground city is located in the city center where these streets intersect. The central park, where all the streets converge, is right in front of you. Place the skyscraper facility with an overwhelming presence right in the center of your field of vision. This is one of the most famous buildings in Orario, the Tower of Babel. A building that is very famous in the distant history. Represents chaos. It is said that this is a tower built by people in order to go to heaven. God knew of this plan and made people use different languages and unable to communicate with each other, which ultimately led to the failure of the construction of the Tower of Babel. In this world, there is an iconic building that was built by gods who descended from heaven and gathered in Orario after a long period of development. It is undoubtedly the most conspicuous building in Orly. It is said that this building can be clearly seen from anywhere in the underground maze. That's why Babita has become the most important area in Orario this week. Not only that, it also has the most prosperous commercial shops. It is also the base of Freya, one of the strongest families in Orario. However, today the two decided to go to the store of the Hephaestus family. Soon, the two arrived at the central square. A large circular division surrounding the giant white-walled Tower of Babel. There are green trees planted everywhere and fountains set up, making it look a bit like a park. On the main road, citizens of all kinds came and went, but in this central square, almost all of them were adventurers carrying swords, guns, and other weapons. The most terrifying thing is that even though the number of people is dizzying, it is still not enough to fill the place to capacity. Under the leadership of Agina, the two also entered the Tower of Babel. The first floor of the Tower of Babel is like a foyer, and the main public facilities are above the second floor. Stepping onto one of the several circular bases, Agina operated the device set inside. Then, the base left the ground and floated up. Ling Zan was not very surprised by this scene. This glass cup-like device is a lifting device used to move between floors. It is a product of magic stone. A large number of magic stones are installed under the base, and the magic power generated by the magic stones is converted into buoyancy. The magic elevator belongs to Yes. Soon, the two arrived at the shop floor belonging to the Hephaestus family. Although he had expected this, Ling Zan still couldn't help but express his feelings when he saw the scene in front of him. Should I say it's worthy of being called the Tower of Babel? All the shops on this floor belong to the Hephaestus family. Swords, guns, axes, hammers, knives, bows and arrows, shields, armor and other protective gear. There are a lot of people in this weapons specialty store, and most of them are adventurers. But come to think of it, this place can almost be said to be home to all of Warario's best equipment. If you can't find the equipment you like here, you won't find any useful equipment anywhere else. For Ling Zan, this is still a pretty good place. There are quite a few good places to pick up spare weapons around here. Of course, it's not without its drawbacks. After all, the things here are really expensive. A bottle with a luxurious shape and a long sword that looks very powerful costs 100 million. However, Ling Zan could fully understand this price. After all, this is the shop of Hephaestus, the god of forging. Being able to join it and sell the weapons in your hands here can be said to have reached the pinnacle of creation. If it weren't for the holy judgment of heavenly fire, he would have been really moved. But at the same time, he was also somewhat glad that he did not ask Hestia to ask the god of forge to forge weapons for him. Otherwise, the amount of debt you would have to pay would be astronomical. Ling Zan, take a good look. The things here should have a fatal attraction for you adventurers. When Ling Zan heard this, he smiled and nodded. Indeed, adventurers really need equipment. A good piece of equipment can greatly increase an adventurer's chance of survival. But this is only for ordinary adventurers. This rule doesn't really apply to me, Lingxuan. As long as Ling Zan doesn't overestimate his own abilities and go deeper into the dungeon, he will not be in danger. Not to mention the presence of Lu around. The ceiling of their team is really high. However, having said that, Ling Zan still plans to buy some spare weapons here. After all, using Skyfire to kill those small monsters always feels like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Soon, Ling Zan saw another handsome one-handed sword here. It looked powerful and was enough as a backup weapon. The price is only 150 million. Ling Zan bought it because he was rich. What about the armor? I don't think you have any. Aina said curiously. When Ling Zan heard these words, he shook his head. Right now, I don't need any protective gear. There will be better ones in the future. Agina was silent for a while. What he said does seem to be somewhat correct, considering the strength of the guy in front of him. If it weren't for the deeper underground labyrinth, there would be no need for protective gear. While the two were talking, a blonde figure and an elf arrived here. On the other side, Livelia and Ice also arrived at the Tower of Babel at the same time. On the other side, Ling Zan also entered a shop under the guidance of Aina. The pure white mannequin's torso is clad in a variety of armors, and the frame is decorated with shields and helmets. Both men and women are choosing protective gear that suits them. Ling Zan's attention was attracted by a certain object. A particularly inconspicuous corner of the store. There were boxes piled high with various parts of the armor. To be precise, his gaze was fixed on a set of armor. It was a light steel-colored armor. Not a reddish or dark black, but a pure white metallic luster. Knee pads and a small, tight-fitting breastplate. Without affecting your mobility, you can protect your elbows, wrists, waist and other parts of your body at least. Obviously, such a protective gear has good defensive power without affecting one's movement speed. But it was obvious that such a protective room was not enough to catch his eye. Mainly the maker of this armor. Welf Crozo. A descendant of the forging nobles of the Crozo clan, he is also the only one of the Crozo clan who is capable of forging magic swords. That guy seems to be quite capable. Ling Zan murmured. Ling Zan actually had no desire to recruit Belle's two teammates in the original novel. Lily is indeed special, possessing a high military talent and the ability to transform. But in his eyes, that's all. And Lily's personality, Ling Zan is not as kind-hearted as Belle. Stealing things, killing teammates. If this happened in front of him, he would probably kill the opponent immediately. Ling Zan naturally would not take the initiative to recruit such a person with a bad record. And Welf, that guy's talent for forging is really good. If there's a chance, I could ask him to help me forge some weapons. Ling Zan was thinking so. But a familiar voice came to my ears. Mr. Lingxuan, and Miss Aina. This sudden sound immediately attracted Ling Zan's attention. Immediately turned his gaze over. The two people who were found there were Ice and Livelia. When did you get here? This sudden development made Ling Zan a little dazed. Livelia just looked at Ling Zan with some curiosity. This boy is the one who defeated the Minotaur before. I didn't expect Icy to care so much about him. At this moment, Livelia was also a little curious. When Aina heard this voice, she turned around and saw the two of them. Ms. Ice, and Lady Livelia. At this moment, Aina's somewhat unsure gaze rested on the two people. To be precise, it was the taller elf beauty behind Ice. Her shimmering emerald hair was long and tied into a low ponytail at the back. The ears that protruded from her long, beautiful hair were pointed upward like leaves. Among the elves with outstanding looks, this person possesses an unparalleled beauty like an angel. It would not be an exaggeration to call it otherworldly. His whole body exudes a heroic spirit, and his eyes are the color of clear emerald. It's you after all. Long time no see. I haven't seen you for a while. You have become more beautiful. It's almost unrecognizable. Livelia said softly. Surrounded by people who were also born elves, Aegina naturally knew Livelia and could be said to respect her quite a bit. On the other side, Icy felt a little nervous for some reason when she saw this scene. Miss Aina, are you and Mr. Lingshuan on a date? Hearing this, Aina's face immediately flushed. No, how can we have a date? We're just buying armor and weapons. Hearing these words, for some reason, Icy breathed a sigh of relief. After a few people exchanged a few simple greetings, Icy seemed to be hesitant to speak. Realizing that Icy seemed to have something to say, Lingzan spoke with a bit of curiosity. Ice, you look like you have something to say. Well, it's just that I seem to have hit a bottleneck recently. Hearing this, Lingzan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. In his opinion, Icy should have broken through to level 6 by now, so why is she still stuck at level 5? Could it be the butterfly effect? Lingzan couldn't help but have such doubts in his mind. I'm really curious, how did you manage to improve so quickly? After hearing these words, Lingzan probably understood. In that case, let's train. Maybe if you fight me, you'll understand. Hearing these words, Aegina and Livelia beside them couldn't help but let out sounds of surprise. Ling Xuanjun, do you know what you're talking about? Miss Icy, she's a level 5 adventurer. Are you sure you want to train with her? Although I'm also interested in how you can challenge opponents of higher levels, level 5 IC and level 2 Minotaur are two completely different concepts. Livelia also said in great surprise. Of course Lingzan knew about this kind of thing. During the battle training with IC, Lingzan actually knew that it was impossible for him to reach level 5 at the moment. But he also wanted to know what his current limit was. Not only can you understand your own limits, but it can also create an opportunity for IC to break through level 6. Is that okay? Ice also made a sound of surprise. To be honest, she had wanted to propose fighting with Lingzan for a long time. But I didn't expect that the other party would propose it in advance. Of course, I also want to know the limits of what I can do now. I see. Ice nodded. As expected. Mr. Lingzan also wants to become stronger. I can totally understand his feelings. Faced with the hard-won battle, IC decisively chose to agree. This is not just about finding the answer to breaking through LV6. She also wanted to know the secret of Lingzan's rapid growth. On the top floor of the giant Tower of Babel. In one of the highest quality rooms in the tower, a goddess in a gorgeous long dress, with silver hair almost reaching her waist and sparkling as if inlaid with many ice crystals, was watching all this. Yeah, I've gotten stronger again. Goddess Freya murmured her own voice. Her eyes were fixed on Lingzan who was communicating with IC in her group. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of excitement on his face, and his gaze became more and more intense. But there are so many women around me. This makes me a little jealous. As Freya spoke, a dangerous smile appeared on her face. Hestia, Ice, and the elves. As the goddess of beauty, how could she not know what these people were thinking? To be honest, she wished she could just drop all the trivialities and release this burning infatuation. After all, this famous goddess of beauty is extremely infatuated with Lingzan. But having said that, she wasn't nervous at all. Although there were quite a few people who wanted to steal her things, Freya was just a little jealous. In her opinion, these people could not cause any big waves. As long as you enter the battle, you will definitely win this war of love. No one said no. No one could say no. No one in the world can resist Freya's enchanting beauty. She has absolute confidence in her own charm. And more people like Ling Zan, which means that there is indeed nothing wrong with her vision, right? Looking at Ling Zan's figure, a bold idea emerged in the goddess' mind. I want it so much. Freya's whole body was trembling with excitement, her lower abdomen was aching slightly, and a dazed breath escaped from the depths of her throat. All these phenomena indicate that she wants to take that for herself. And on the other side, Ling Zan, who was talking to IC, couldn't help but frown slightly. That look. In fact, he had already noticed it a long time ago. Ever since he entered the Tower of Babel, there was a vague gaze fixed on him. Ling Zan naturally noticed the owner of that gaze at once. The beauty goddess Freya. This is the god who lived in the Tower of Babel. But after recognizing that gaze, Ling Zan didn't actually react too much. However, now this gaze seemed to be getting bolder and bolder, and that burning gaze seemed to want to eat him up on the spot. Have you been discovered? Realizing that Ling Zan seemed to have noticed her gaze, Freya couldn't help but chuckle. Although she really wanted to take action now and make that person fall into her own trap. But now she still wants to wait and see. She wanted to see how far Ling Zan could grow. I wonder how Oda's mission is going. I'm really looking forward to seeing how strong you will become, how much radiance you will emit, and what color you will turn into. The bewitching lips held the bent index finger, biting it gently. But she quickly put away the desire to eat people in her eyes. After all, she could tell from the other party's reaction. I focused my gaze on him, but he noticed it. It seems his senses are sharper than I thought. To be precise, was it because the eyes he used to look at the boy were too reckless? She knows the problem, but she won't change it. I'm sorry Hestia, but I want the child. The goddess said this and then let out a chuckle of her own. The whole room was filled with a charming atmosphere. The sky was dark. The eastern sky has not yet welcomed the dawn, and the boundary between night and morning is ambiguous. Ling Zan got up earlier today than ever before. Soon they arrived at the city wall surrounding the labyrinth city, Olario. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ling Zan couldn't help but express his feelings. This seems to be the first time I've experienced the atmosphere of the entire city at a time like this. From the huge city wall, one can have a panoramic view of the inner city. The vast and boundless scenery made Ling Zan stare at it. There was the Pantheon and the Colosseum, and what was likely the headquarters of a renowned familia. These massive buildings, almost reaching the height of the city walls, were simply breathtaking. Their beauty, visible even from afar, evoked even greater awe. In particular, the Tower of Babel, standing in the center of the city is much taller than the city walls, enhancing its presence and imposingness. The small houses that fill each area also have a unique charm and you will never get tired of looking at them. At this time, the entire city was in a deep sleep. The reason why Ling Zan came here was naturally because of the agreement with IC. This is what is called combat training. But at this moment, Ling Zan did have some other feelings. But I feel like we're having a late-night rendezvous. If someone else who didn't know the situation saw two people acting suspiciously, they would see them acting suspiciously. Maybe people would think that the two of them were having a tryst. Just as Ling Zan was thinking this, a blonde figure quickly appeared in his sight. It's Ice. Icy also looked at Ling Zan with a bit of curiosity. Ling Xuanjun, when did you arrive here? Not long ago. Ice nodded. Then let's get started. Ling Xuanjun should be ready. The sound of the silver bell echoed so loudly that Ling Zan nodded. At the same time, his expression became serious. The next person you have to face is the strongest swordsman in the entire city. Ling Zan probably had a guess in his mind about how strong this guy was. Ice is the kind of person who empties her mind once entering a battle and has no interest in anything other than becoming stronger. Such a determined Icy. Ling Zan should also be able to understand the limits of what he can do. Thinking of this, he became excited inside. This is the strongest opponent he could possibly encounter right now. At this moment, Ling Zan and IC looked at each other. Looking at the adventurer common in Ling Zan's hand, he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Ling Xuan, aren't you going to use your special weapon anymore? What IC was referring to was naturally the holy judge of heavenly fire. Ling Zan naturally shook his head. The heavenly fire judgment is not suitable for use in this kind of training, and nothing else can be seen by just using the heavenly fire judgment. What Ling Zan wants to see is the limit of what this body can do. So he also took out the spare weapons he had prepared long ago. With a clang, he pulled out the one in his hand. On the other side, saw Ling Zan draw his sword towards her, and her cold and calm eyes brightened up. This was exactly the training she had imagined. Only in this way can she understand why Ling Zan is so strong. Then, also drew her sword, and with Isis' action, the whole atmosphere instantly became extremely solemn. The air pressure seemed to become stagnant because of the confrontation between the two people. Ling Zan carefully observed in front of him. As expected of there wasn't a single flaw on the surface. In this case, we must take the initiative. Ling Zan knew very well that although his strength was indeed capable of challenging opponents of higher levels, but the gap between LV1 and LV5 is really too big. This is no longer a gap that can be made up by ability points or equipment. So he must take the initiative. If he lets the other party take the initiative, then there is no need to fight at all. Thinking of this, Ling Zan's eyes gradually became indifferent. Rushed towards Ice first. Seeing this scene, nodded. As expected of an adventurer, he reached the 10th floor in such a short time. Being able to organize tactics in such a short moment is something that even veteran adventurers may not be able to do. As was thinking this, the distance between the two people was getting shorter and shorter. Almost to the point of face to face. With a flash of cold light, an extremely sharp fluorescent sword energy cut through the space and pierced Isis' face in just a moment. Ling Zan showed no mercy in this attack. He knew very well that if he couldn't even stop with this 4-level difference, then the adventurers in this dungeon were probably doomed, right? The fact was just as Ling Zan expected. After all, Ice was the strongest female swordsman in Orario, Sword Princess and it was impossible for her to be defeated so easily, so he drew his sword and went forward to fight. Clang! The crisp sound of swords clashing came from the space, and a bright red spark kept flashing in the space. Seeing this scene, Ling Zan couldn't help but nodded with emotion. As expected of the strongest female swordsman, she blocked it instinctively. However, despite saying this, Ling Zan did not stop his actions. Continue to swing the sword in your hand. He knew very well that if he did not take the initiative to attack, then he would probably have to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, both sides had no idea how many times they had fought. The flickering sword light became the only light here. During the battle, Ling Zan became increasingly aware of how big the gap between LV1 and LV5 was. The physical fitness of the two sides is really too different. Even his combat experience and even the number of items are higher than the other party. But after all, his physical fitness is still not as good as the other party. After all, no matter what, the other party's physical fitness is among the best in the world. Ling Zan has only been in this world for a short time, and his current abilities are not enough. So every time they fought, Ling Zan could feel that every move of was like a heavy sword. It gives people a huge pressure. On the other side, Ice's face also showed an expression of great surprise. The light in those eyes became more and more burning, as if they had seen something they liked. Ling Zan, he's truly strong. Jing Jing is only a level 1 adventurer, and despite being far inferior to me in physical fitness, she was able to fight me back and forth. No, in fact, she had already lost this training in a sense. Although he was much stronger than Ling Zan on paper, he could only passively defend against Ling Zan's attacks during this training. He even had to use his skills several times to barely block them. You know, Ling Zan is only a level 1 adventurer, but he can achieve this. What if the strength is even stronger? Just as was thinking this, Ling Zan's aura suddenly changed. A chill suddenly came over him. Click click click. The ground was also covered with frost at some point. Could keenly sense that the temperature in the air was dropping rapidly. Seeing this scene, Ice immediately opened her eyes wide. Is this a skill similar to magic that I've seen before? But why does it feel so much more powerful this time? As spoke, she looked at Ling Zan with great curiosity, looking forward to his next move. At this moment, Ling Zan condensed his ice and the collapsed man on the sword. In an instant, a terrifying force emerged. Seeing this scene, Icy felt a strong throbbing and excitement in her heart. Wake up! Immediately afterwards, a nameless gust of wind suddenly emerged on the field. The atmosphere began to surge visibly, flowing towards Icy from all directions. In this wind that was visible to the naked eye, the girl's golden hair, as golden as sand, was flying and undulating as the wind enveloped her. This scene is as beautiful as a painting. This is my magic. Icy was surrounded by an extremely terrifying wind as she explained to Ling Zan. Ling Zan also recalled the name of this skill in his mind. Wind Spirit Sprint. This is the only magic that ice can use, an additional magic. A magic that can add certain magical properties to oneself or the things one touches, thereby gaining the blessing of magical power and thus improving one's own abilities. When this additional magic is activated, ice will be able to obtain wind protection and, at the same time, gain magical power of wind attributes. At this moment, the terrifying wind force was also wrapped around Ice's sword. Then stab out suddenly. On the other side, Ling Zan suddenly swung the sword in his hand. Boom! The dark blue ice sword energy and the green wind attribute sword energy collided with each other. Immediately there was a huge roar. Boom! A huge roar echoed, and countless smoke and dust filled the air as the two people collided. The figures of Ling Zan and Icy gradually emerged from the smoke. In such a huge collision, neither of the two people showed any signs of injury. Well, I think I have some idea. Ling Zan's voice echoed. Icy also nodded, with an incredible expression on her face. It's incredible, Ling Zan, you can actually produce such a change in the middle of a battle. Although she knew that Ling Zan had made great progress before, now as Ling Zan's opponent, she realized how terrifying Ling Zan's growth income was. During the battle, it is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye almost every minute and every second. It was really hard for Ice to imagine that a level 1 adventurer could actually find a flaw in her attack and counterattack. If Ling Zan's level were to be raised a little more, at the same level 5, she would probably find it difficult to even fight back. But because of this, Icy finally found some clues. But this time I really want to thank you, Ling Zan. You really helped me a lot. Ling Zan nodded when he heard these words. To be honest, he felt the same way. The battle with the level 5 adventurer made him grow rapidly in all aspects. I can also roughly understand what my current limits are. So this training is actually a win-win situation. However, Icy was obviously very grateful to Ling Zan. After all, after this training, she had indeed reached the threshold of level 6. Ling Zan. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Compensate. Hearing this, Ling Zan showed a confused expression on his face. Compensation. What compensation? At this moment, Ling Zan looked at IC with some confusion. Ling Zan's training this time was really helpful to me, so I need to compensate him. Ice said with a serious face. Compensation? There's no need for this kind of thing, right? However, Ice's gaze was fixed on Ling Zan, and she spoke unmoved. No, I want to make it up to you. After seeing how stubborn IC was, Ling Zan didn't know what to say. However, when it comes to compensation, he couldn't think of any good way for the moment. After all, he really doesn't seem to be lacking anything now. Just as Ling Zan was thinking this, Icy suddenly remembered what Loki had said in the previous clan. Icy's thighs are really nice. If I use them as a knee pillow, it will definitely be an ultimate enjoyment. Thinking of this, Icy walked over slowly, then sat down and patted her thigh. Seeing this action, Ling Zan immediately understood what was going on. Knee pillow. Thinking about it carefully, this seems to be exactly what IC would do in the original novel. At this moment, Icy's face was also a little embarrassed. Seeing this scene, Ling Zan naturally understood that generally speaking, IC would not do such a bold thing. In other words, all of this was actually instigated by Loki, right? Well done, Loki. Faced with such a good thing, Ling Zan naturally would not object. After all, there shouldn't be anyone who doesn't enjoy the process, right? So Ling Zan lay down with a clear conscience. Resting his head on Icy's thighs, feeling the warmth from her lower abdomen, Ling Zan closed his eyes comfortably, immersed in this beautiful moment. After that, the two of them continued to train. When Ling Zan was tired from training, he would lie on Icy's thighs, resting and chatting about other things. By the way, what's the relationship between that elf lady and Miss Zaire in the tavern before and you, Ling Zan? Suddenly, Ice asked this question. Even now, she still hasn't forgotten it. There were several girls who seemed to have a very good relationship with Ling Zan. Hearing this, Ling Zan was slightly stunned, and then he introduced several people in detail. When she heard that none of those people was Ling Zan's partner, Ice breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. In short, when two people get along like this, time flies by. Then I'll stop here for today. I'll come back tomorrow morning. IC took the initiative to say goodbye to Ling Zan, and her words were more expressive. It is obvious that through such training, the relationship between the two people has also taken a step forward. Soon, it was time to enter the dungeon for adventure. A beautiful elf woman also appeared in Ling Zan's sight. Mr. Ling Zan, good morning. Looking at Ling Zan's appearance, Lu seemed to be hesitant to speak. Mr. Ling Zan, you look like you've already experienced combat before entering the dungeon. As he spoke, Lu's expression became serious. Because if Ling Zan had experienced a battle before entering the dungeon, then there is only one possibility. That's the dispute between adventurers. An adventurer attacked Mr. Ling Zan. Thinking of this possibility, Lu became a little restless. Hearing this, Ling Zan stated the reason with a serious face. Because of some reasons. After listening to Ling Zan's explanation, Lu nodded. So that's how it is. Mr. Ling Zan and Miss GNG have a training appointment. No wonder he looks like this. But this is indeed beneficial to Ling Zan's growth. I don't know why, but when Lu heard that Ling Zan and IC were training alone, he felt a little jealous in his heart, but he didn't think too much about it. Thinking of this, the two of them entered the dungeon together. Today's underground city journey begins. With the strength of Ling Zan and Lu, dealing with the monsters on the upper level is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Facing these monsters, Ling Zan and Lu advanced at an extremely fast speed. Soon, we arrived at the 11th floor. Today, the two still had no plans to continue their exploration. I plan to settle down here for a while. Dungeon level 11. The cave room, extending from the center, marks the beginning of the 11th floor. This floor continues the structure from the 10th floor and also produces thick fog. Ling Zan and Lu were also carefully observing the surrounding environment. Maintaining a good view, the grassland, half submerged in the shoes, stretched out endlessly, with thick, dry trees, the arsenal of the maze, scattered around. At this moment, the two of them heard a pop sound at the same time. Okay. Ling Zan and Lu turned around immediately. Keep your eyes fixed on one place. The two people were already very accustomed to the dungeon, so they knew exactly what the sound was without even having to think. Accompanied by that ominous cracking sound. Monsters are about to emerge from the dungeon. The walls of the dungeon were cracked and broken. A thick, greasy brown arm crawled out from the inside of the wall, pushing aside the soil. That's right, in the eyes of both people. The walls of the dungeon began to crumble. Then you can see the left arm breaking through the wall and coming out, followed by the right arm, and then the huge pig head follows. What appeared before the two men was the orc they had already tasted enough of. Interesting, this is the first time I've seen the moment an orc was born. Ling Zan didn't have any serious expression on his face as he spoke. After all, he had no idea how many monsters like this he had encountered. But it is obvious that orcs are not the only monsters born here. The cracking sound of the wall did not end here. After the orcs appeared in front of the two people, they could clearly hear several similar sounds around them. The next second, monsters rushed out from all directions through the cave walls. This situation only occurs on floors after the 10th floor. The moment when a large number of monsters appear in the same area is called the monster feast. Once this phenomenon occurs, the originally empty place will be filled with monsters in an instant. And now Ling Zan and Lu are facing such a situation. Generally speaking, this is a very dangerous phenomenon. If an ordinary adventurer encountered such a situation, they would probably have run away long ago. But it was obvious that neither Ling Zan nor Lu had any intention of escaping. Instead, they showed excitement on their faces. Here comes the monster buffet. Then get on with it. Following these words, Ling Zan immediately drew out the sword in his hand. Rushed quickly towards the orc's position. There was a flash of silver light and a puff sound. An orc fell under Ling Zan's sword. In just a moment, Ling Zan killed a large monster in seconds. It seems like he is dissatisfied with the slow speed of monster spawning. Ling Zan's big hands pulled up countless icicles from the ground again. In just a moment, the surrounding monsters were chilled to a chill. However, although the efficiency of monster spawning is very high, the number of monsters born from the dungeon is countless. Lu looked at Ling Zan rushing forward and was unwilling to be outdone. As a level 4 adventurer, her attributes are actually almost at their maximum. During this period, killing monsters with Ling Zan made her attributes in all aspects improve rapidly. It's also easy to deal with these monsters. With the monster killing efficiency of the two people, the number of monsters in the dungeon has been visibly reduced. Soon, a new monster appeared before his eyes. That monster's physique is equal to that of a human. It stands on two short legs, with seemingly sturdy claws on its forelimbs. The back of its body is like a suit of armor, covered with a shell divided into several strips. The scaly skin extends all the way to the head, and the angular shape makes it look like it is wearing a helmet. This monster is called an armadillo, a hard-shelled rat that appears on the 11th floor. It has a hard shell, but the abdomen and chest that are not protected by the shell are soft and fragile. Its defensive capabilities are far beyond the reach of other monsters on the 11th and 12th floors. In other words, they have the strongest defenses in the upper layer. This can be said to be one of the most difficult monsters to conquer on floors 11 to 12. However, in front of the two people, this monster is a little bit not good enough. Ling Zan couldn't even use the heavenly fire. With two people moving at such a speed, the speed at which monsters are spawned in the dungeon is actually slower than the speed at which two people kill them. Soon, the two men finished the battle with the army of monsters and are now taking a short rest. I feel like at this rate, we might be able to explore further down. Hearing Lu's words, Ling Zan was also slightly stunned. But if you think about it carefully, it is indeed based on the strength of two people. The monsters here are still too simple for them. Indeed, we can consider it. We can prepare enough food before continuing our expedition. However, Mr. Ling Zan should be upgrading soon. Ling Zan nodded. After this day, his various attributes have basically reached the upper limit that can be achieved by existing humans. Host: Ling Zan. Family: Hestia family. Level: LV1. Strength: S. 999 plus 300. Endurance: S. 997 plus 100. Dexterity: S. 991 plus 100. Agility: S. 990 plus 100. Magic: H. 101. Honkai Energy: S. 966. Magic: None. Jinang: Han Bing Zhong Kong. LV1 Rong A Zan Shi Ren Lei De Chi Mela Li Liang Jia Sheng LV3 Min Jia Jia Sheng LV1 Bang Y Nang LV1 Ling Chao Jia Sheng LV1 Nai Li Jia Sheng LV1. It's time to upgrade. Just as Ling Zan was thinking this, Lu's gaze suddenly stopped at a certain place, his brows furrowed. Hey, Mr. Lingxuan, what is that? Lu's voice immediately attracted Ling Zan's attention. Following her line of sight, I saw white light particles flickering. It was something like a condensation of light. Those light spots gathered and converged, repeating over and over again. At the same time, a sharp, small ringing sound was heard. Like a bell, it rings at subtle intervals. The next second, a deafening roar echoed. H-O-O-O. A being called Young Dragon appeared before the two of them. H-O-O-O. A deafening and shocking roar rang out at this moment. Following this roar, Ling Zan and Lu immediately focused their attention on the ball of light. A large piece of amber scales broke out from the ball of light. What appeared before the two people was undoubtedly a monster. A long tail, sharp claws, and countless fangs. It's a little dragon. Even Lu showed a look of surprise when he saw the true appearance of this monster. Is it a baby dragon? On the other side, Ling Zan was looking at the monster in front of him with some curiosity. The information about this dragon came to mind. Young dragon. A rare monster that appears on the 11th and 12th floors and is generally rare. It is not rare to encounter less than 5 small dragons in such a vast floor. It can even be said to be lucky. However, although the number is small, don't underestimate the strength of this guy. How weak could a being related to dragons be? This dragon, which doesn't look very big, can easily wipe out a group of junior adventurers. You could say that in the upper floors without the Monster X, that little dragon is essentially the floor master. This four-legged monster is known as the most powerful dragon among many monster races. Although it has no wings, its tough body covered with hard scales can be seen at a glance to contain potential abilities far superior to those of orcs. The blood-red eyeballs kept rolling. That's interesting. Dragons are like this. I never thought that one day I would become a dragon slayer. Ling Zan said with a slight smile on his face. Facing such a monster, he was not nervous at all. Although this can be said to be the most powerful monster on the upper level, Ling Zan is also confident that he can easily destroy this guy. Just as Ling Zan was thinking this, the adventurers around him also made sounds of fear. It's a baby dragon. Really? Is this bad luck or luck? I can actually encounter an extremely rare baby dragon at this time. Run for your lives. The adventurers around were discussing the matter. Just when the adventurers haven't taken action yet. Roar. With a loud roar, the young dragon sprang into action, knocking a nearby elven adventurer away with its long tail. Boom. At that moment, the male elf who was smashed against the wall opened his eyes wide and then his neck drooped like a puppet with its strings cut, and he fainted. Seeing this scene, the adventurers around couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This is the strength of the young dragon. Although its strength is indeed not as good as the level 2 bull minotaur, it is also an extremely powerful monster. When the adventurers around saw this scene, they put aside their prejudices at this moment and decided to unite to deal with such guys, otherwise they would probably be wiped out here. However, before they could take action, they saw a person walking towards the young dragon alone. Hey, you guy, are you trying to kill yourself? How dare you rush towards a young dragon like that? What a reckless adventurer. Since that guy wants to die like this, there's no need to go any further. We can just use him to buy some time. However, before they could finish hating each other, they saw that the person walking towards the young dragon suddenly had a weapon in his hand that they had never seen before. The next second, amid everyone's astonished gazes, the red flame light appeared in everyone's sight. A red light that flooded the entire field of vision exploded. At the same time, a loud noise like the roar of a giant beast was heard on the field. Two terrifying flaming dragons flashed out from that unique weapon. In just a moment, the extremely terrifying monster, the young dragon, was devoured. The next second, the horrific explosion echoed throughout the dungeon. Gah! The smoke gradually dissipated, and everyone could see the situation on the field clearly. I saw the amber scales on the young dragon's body peeling off and falling off one by one. But even so, the young dragon still held on to the last bit of hope. However, any discerning person could see that the young dragon had been hit by such a horrific blow and had no hope of survival. Sure enough, after uttering a hoarse cry, he fell to the ground. The dragon's skin, which should have been fire-resistant, was burned, black smoke billowed from around its huge body, and sparks and debris flew in the air. At the deepest part of the cave, there are cracks that look like the claw marks of a fierce dragon. The enormous destructive power of the holy judgment of heavenly fire also affected this place. After a while, part of the wall seemed to suddenly remember and collapsed. All of a sudden, the whole scene became extremely quiet. All the adventurers found it hard to believe their eyes. For a moment, everyone paused what they were doing at the same time. His dull gaze stayed on Ling Zan. On the other side, Lu also showed a look of surprise on his face. Although Ling Zan's strength has been known for a long time, we cannot look at it in the conventional way. But she really didn't expect that she could defeat the young dragon with just one blow. You're telling me this is a level 1 adventurer. At the same time, the adventurers present finally came to their senses. How is that possible? That guy is still at this level, which means he's still a level 1 adventurer, right? He actually defeated the young dragon just like that, and he managed to defeat it with just one move. Am I seeing things correctly? What's the matter with that guy? This is terrible. I must tell my god about this news. At this moment, the adventurers present were discussing the matter. At the same time, their attitudes towards Ling Zan were also different. Astonishment, trembling and hostility. Various emotions emerged in the hearts of the adventurers present. But Ling Zan didn't care much about all this. He doesn't care what passers-by think. At this moment, his attention is focused on his chat group. At this moment, the moment when I defeated the young dragon. The video of himself fighting with the young dragon was immediately sent to the group chat. Naturally, it also aroused discussion among all the audience. Branya. Dragon. The world of adventurers is truly magical. I didn't expect there would even be dragons. Kafka. It looks a bit like a Western dragon, but it's clearly an immature dragon. Isn't its size too small? It's so different from the dragon I imagined. Alicia. A baby dragon. It's an immature dragon, but anything related to dragons shouldn't be that weak. So, was it destroyed with just one strike? Izayoi Sakamaki. That's quite interesting. Although I can tell that dragon isn't very strong, and I could kill it instantly with one strike, the power of that weapon is truly fascinating. Kiana. After all, it's my father's weapon. But I'm really curious about what kind of monsters exist in that adventurer's world. Ling Zan looked at the group members who were talking about it, shook his head and didn't pay too much attention to it. However, it is worth mentioning that after defeating the young dragon, his various attributes have now reached the theoretical maximum value of 999. Then next I should really consider upgrading. In order to level up, there are tall, steep walls that must be crossed. Defeat an opponent stronger than you, and gain higher level experience points exceeding a certain amount. This is the condition for upgrading LV. After killing so many monsters, Ling Zan actually had a feeling that he was just one step away from a breakthrough. In other words, if there is another monster with decent strength, it should be about the same. But before that, Ling Zan and Lu had to leave here temporarily. After all, after what had just happened, the adventurers present all looked at Ling Zan with various eyes. After leaving the venue, Ling Zan and Lu also came to a new floor. 13th floor. At this moment, Ling Zan also felt a slight pain in his neck. Okay. This feeling. Ling Zan was keenly aware that it seemed as if someone was focusing on him. I immediately looked back. Is it Freya or? Seeing Ling Zan's somewhat strange movements, Lu suddenly became alert. She felt her surroundings nervously, but it was obvious that she didn't notice anything. Unable to help it, a puzzled expression appeared on Lu's face. Is there anything that concerns you, Mr. Ling Zan? Hearing Lu's voice, Ling Zan also fixed his gaze on Lu. How should I put it? Ling Zan didn't know how to explain it. I can't tell the other person that I seem to have received the attention of a goddess. However, gods generally cannot enter the dungeon. What is this? But no matter what, he did not feel any hostility or malice at all. Ling Zan didn't say anything else, but he became quietly alert in his heart. Nothing, let's keep going. Following Ling Zan's words, the two of them officially began to explore this floor. After continuing to explore for a while, Lu frowned. Even at this time, she finally realized that something was wrong. Mr. Ling Zan, something feels a little off. Ling Zan also nodded. He naturally realized that they had been to the 13th floor before. The monsters here should be more powerful than those on the upper floors, and their numbers should be larger. But what's strange is that they haven't seen any monsters since they came to this floor. The number of monsters is too small. Yes, this is quite abnormal. Lu already showed a wary expression. The floor they are on now is the 13th floor, which can be said to be a deep floor, but they have not encountered a single monster so far. There are only two possibilities for this to happen. One reason was that before they arrived, an adventurer had almost killed all the monsters here. All the monsters have entered the refresh point, but have not yet refreshed. However, this possibility is obviously unlikely. Then there is only one possibility left, that is, there is some extremely powerful existence on this floor. As a result, those monsters dare not appear on this kind of floor. Thinking of this possibility, Lu certainly did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Although the two of them have the strength to explore this floor casually, there is no problem at all. However, in this special situation, if the adventurer is not on guard, he will probably die. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.